Mic check, 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 mic check. Perfect Timing Podcast with the blast back on your ass live on Friday, 1 o'clock. Y'all know how we do, man. 1 p.m. every day, man. Let everybody know I created this 1 p.m. time slot, man. The analytics still adjusted to my 1 p.m. time slot, man. Mic check, mic check. Perfect Timing Podcast with the blast simulcasting live on 3 stations. Shout out to StreamYard. Thank you for enabling me. Shout out to me paying my bills so I can simulcast live. I'm live right now on Perfect Timing Podcast. You watching me on that right now. My backup YouTube channel, thank you to everybody that subscribed, is growing in abundance, man. I'm very proud of the backup YouTube channel, the views and the subscription. As you know, on the 29th, everybody's subscribers got revealed. So thank you to everybody who hit the subscribe button. Thank you to everybody that hits the like and watch and replay. Shout out to my brother Ken Seeing Red in the building, man. Ken Seeing Red came through yesterday, left a fire comment. The comments mean so much. The comments after the video drop means a lot to the algorithm. The viewership means so much to the algorithm when you comment in the box. We had Taipan and Jado join the panel yesterday. All these things help the show grow and help the message get out in the algorithm. Great show today on the Roger Report, man. I'm gonna do a follow up to that because we did a great show on the Brittany Reiner, whatever her name is. I feel like that was one of my greatest shows lately. I might change that to a Black conservative speak show, but she was sentenced, so I'm gonna do a follow up and talk about the sentencing. Today is the first episode of another format that I've created, and I'm calling this Drill Times. I'm not proud of the fact that I had to create this format in this vehicle because the way the climate is in the country, I'm probably going to do a lot of these episodes. This is episode 1 of Drill Times, right? It's a somber. It's not a happy thing. Jaydayoungan passed away a little while ago. I did not really want to do a show on Jaydayoungan, but I have a 23-year-old. Yeah, man. I have a 24-year-old. Y'all don't know how many kids I got, but I love my kids. I miss my kids. I paid child support $3,000 a month for 18 years for Jahi. I made $75,000 a year on top of paying child support. He had every video game. I'm an old nigga, man. I don't play video games. I never played video games, but my 23-year-old son had every video game from Xbox One to PS5 to PS4 to PS3 to PS2, every Kevin Durant shoe, every Stephen Curry shoe, the $300 shoes, plus the $50 socks, plus my $3,000 a month child support payment. I love my son. I don't speak to him. He doesn't speak to me. We're not friends. If he was to be in the street, he actually got robbed, like Roger talked about, and it's been traumatic for him. I could have lost my son. Just like this father was shot. Jaydayoungan died, but his father was shot. So imagine recovering from a gunshot wound and going to your son's funeral. So today, a lot of people talked about Jaydayoungan. I'm using Jaydayoungan to talk about drill music. Shout out to my brother Street Doctor. When I first met Street Doctor, young king, entrepreneur, we had discussed this drill scene, and we discussed the negative ramifications and detrimental effects of the music on young Black men. And since I met them at the beginning of the year, met Street Doctor, as you see in my title, I got a video we'll take a look at of over. I put 25 because I wanted to be modest, but the video we're gonna look at is 27 young men lost their life to drill. It was a video, and this is like a sad topic, man. There's a video from last year where over 40 young Black men lost their life to drill music. So if you look in the description, I'm gonna play a song. I like to play music in the beginning. I tell y'all, this is very difficult to create art like this. It's not easy because I have a format in which I do my show, and I have to pick music to go along with the subject matter. I don't want to be offensive, so I picked a song. I think that's a cool song to get the vibe going because we're gonna talk about some serious topics today. Drill Times is episode 1, And what we're discussing is the plight of young black men. Me and AL had talked about this the other day when we were talking about these racial issues. And I love AL because AL, he married the same woman twice. So when you hear about black men in the black manosphere with their opinion, like we speak from wisdom. We speak from a lot of scars and losses. That's why I respect AL because I don't know, Roger has never been married and had kids. You got to understand this man married the same woman twice and got kids. There's a certain wisdom there, the wisdom of King Solomon. That's elder privilege, being married twice. So when AL was talking about, my mother got her job from CETA. Rest in peace to Mama Shirley. She got her job driving the bus. She retired as city manager. These programs don't exist anymore for black heterosexual men. You know what, AL? Even if you're not watching live, all my 5.0 family, shout out AL, man, AL Evans, man. Even if you're not watching live, me and AL was part of a debate. I was debating art about being a teacher. And I wasn't trying to come at art. My goal of that debate was to highlight how attractive it is to become a teacher because Art himself is a professor. And we have professors in the black manosphere, and teachers make a lot of money. So I wanted to highlight, and I asked him to pick a state, and AL had knowledge about that state. So we picked Arkansas. We picked Arkansas because it was the lowest paying state for teachers. So I said, how much does a kindergarten teacher make in Arkansas? And it was upwards of $40,000. Now I knew what I was doing. I was setting up art. I'm a chess player. There's no way to make $40,000 a year in Arkansas, right? AL was on the panel, and I asked Art, outside of being, and this is an entry level, you only need like 2 years to be a kindergarten teacher. I asked Art, outside of being a teacher, what could a young black man do in Arkansas to make that kind of money? And AL said, only thing a black man could do in Arkansas, outside of crime, to make $40,000 a year, entry level, first year on the job, is driving the truck. That's all he could do. He could drive a truck. He could drive a truck. That's all he could do. That's one job in Arkansas, right? So yesterday when I talked about drill, and when I talked about drill on the Roger Report, I said this is a result of the lack of opportunities that young black men have. All they could do is become a rapper or a celebrity, play basketball. And AL backed me up about all of the trades that's been taken out of the school, right? So I got another example. I'm gonna play a video, but AL, have you heard of a place in Louisiana where this young man is from called Bugaloosa or something like that? Shout out to I'm Listening. This young man is from a place in Louisiana called Bugaloosa. In the you know what how much people make? The average home price is 92,000. The average cost of living a year is 19,000. When I tell you stories about Jahi and how much money I paid in child support, I paid $28,000 a year for Jahi. I'm gonna say that again. I paid $28,000 a year in child support for 18 years in 2022. So that's going back 20 years. Just to give y'all context of how they treat men in child support now, why I'm not a millionaire, why I don't own shit. I should have $1 million. I should have a house and car. $28,000 a year. That's $1 million, right? That's a lot of fucking money. $28,000 a year. The median average income in Bugaloosa, where Jaydayoungan was from, is $19,000. Do you know who the biggest employer is? Do you know who the biggest employer is in Bugaloosa? I know I'm saying the name wrong. You know who the biggest employer in the city where he grew up? Walmart. I think we have these talks on the Roger Report, and we are in Chicago. I'm in San Francisco Bay Area, AL, Houston, and Dallas. Dallas has elite. I say this a lot. Dallas has black elite. San Francisco has black elite. Chicago has black elite. What do I mean? There's not just rich people, and there's not just rich blacks in Chicago, San Francisco, and Dallas, and Houston. There's wealthy elite blacks. My family's in politics. My uncle inherited multiple homes in San Francisco. Each of those homes is worth $1 million. My uncle is a multimillionaire just by inheriting homes that my grandmother owned. Chicago, San Francisco, Houston, Dallas, we talking about elite blacks, not just rich blacks, not wealthy blacks, but elite blacks. And when we had this discussion, I don't think we understand what's really going on in America for most blacks who don't live in these metropolitan areas, right? Because all of us want to be ballers and talk about Christian Dior. I'm talking about when I did my minimum wage show, 725. How much can I buy? How far can I drive for 725? Half the states in the pie make 725. The city in which he grew up in, the minimum wage is $7.25 in 2022. I know y'all don't believe that because in New York it's 15, in San Francisco it's 20, in Houston it's 15, in Chicago it's 15, but it's not in the Bible Belt. It's not $15 an hour. It's not $20 an hour in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in Alabama. It's $7 an hour. And in this city where this boy grew up, the number one job is Walmart. The median price is $19,000 a year. That's how much people make where he lives. It's $92,000 to buy a house where he lives. This is the reality. We've been talking about racism. We've been talking about all of this stuff all week. It's Friday, so we're going to talk about drill. We're going to talk about drill music and over 27 young black men murdered being rappers, almost 50 last year. And why are they doing it? Well, we talked about it. $19,000 a year is the most people make in Bogalusa, Louisiana, and the number one employer is Walmart. That means if you go to high school, you get straight A's. Think about the American dream. Think about everything they teach you, that if you do everything right in this city in Louisiana, the best you could do as a manager at Walmart. That's the best they could do as a manager at Walmart. And people don't understand drill. People want to say young black men are prone to violence. It's not. Somebody else the other day was talking about the research I did on the ghetto and how the ghetto was created by the Nazis and how that they used the ghetto on the Jews. I gave you the Skinner. I gave you Pavlov. I know it was offensive because people don't know all about Pavlov and Pavlov's dogs in this experiment. So people don't want to talk about Pavlov as it relates to young black men because you think I'm calling young black men dogs. I'm not calling young black men dogs. I talked about conditioning and why they do what they do. That they've been conditioning. Pavlov gave us an example with Pavlov's dogs about stimuli and conditioning. It was the reason why they did booty to the pole. You have to understand Pavlov. You have to understand Pavlov's dogs and his experiment to understand booty to the pole. If you don't understand Pavlov and Pavlov's dogs, then you don't understand why they use booty to the pole. They use booty to the pole because we are conditioned. Pavlov taught you about conditioning, that even when I show you the booty, then I take away the booty, you're still going to behave in a certain way, i.e. a nigga moment. A nigga moment. I can just put the booty there. Pavlov put the dog food there, rung the bell, you would salivate. But then Pavlov took away the food, rung the bell. You know what the bell is? The bell is the 808 drum. Pavlov rang the bell and the dog still salivated. When you hear the 808 drum, the drill come. I'm going to say that again. When you hear the 808 drum, the drill come. Yeah. Perfect Timing Podcast with the Blast. When you hear the 808 drum, the drill come. Yeah, it is. That's what's going on. We are conditioned. Drill music is conditioning. Pavlov's dogs. Skinner talked about the Skinner box. The Skinner box is the ghetto. When they explained the other day how they used the ghetto against Jews, the experiment that Skinner said, he put a rat in a box. He put two rats in two separate boxes. In one box, the rat was able to pull a lever and get heat, which translated to warmth, which translates to love for the rat, and pull another lever and get food whenever he wanted. The rat that could get love and food whenever he wanted acted normally. The rat in the other box, the project, right? The rat in the other box, the project, was Skinner fuck with that switch. And every time the rat hit the switch, he didn't get warmth on a regular basis. Sometimes he hit the switch and he didn't get warm. Sometimes he hit the switch and he got pain. Sometimes he hit the switch to get food and he didn't get food. Sometimes he hit the switch to get food and he got pain. So he was scared to hit the switch. Guess what the rat start doing? The rat start acting crazy. The rat started to hurt itself. The rat would hurt other rats because the rat was insane. Because if I hit this switch, I'm supposed to get food. Sometimes I get food, sometimes I get pain, sometimes I get nothing. Guess what the rat did? The rat acted sporadic and crazy. You know what Skinner said? Skinner said that if we give every American an equal opportunity to eat and be loved, then all Americans will act normal. But if you take away the ability, i.e., young black men, for certain Americans to access food and warmth and love on a regular basis, then Skinner already knew, America already knew that drill would come. They already knew that these young men would act out. Now, how do I prove this? Well, you have it happening in middle of white America now, where you have white people living in the Skinner box, where you have young white children not able to get love and affection on demand like they always did. Not able to get food and clothing and protection on demand like they always did. So how are young white males acting out? They're doing the same thing young black males did. They're picking up guns and they're shooting and hurting people. And no one has asked why all the mass shooters that are young and are white come from single parent homes and are impoverished, i.e., these young men did not get love on a regular basis. None of these white men had their fathers. None of them had loving parents. None of them had food. They blamed black people for their problems. They blamed black people for their lack of love. They blamed black people for their lack of protection and provision. So they acted out in a violent way. Hello, Skitterbox. Hello, drill music. Hello, Jaydayoungan, Little Key, YSL, Jeffrey. This is what we're talking about today. We're talking about young black men being thrown away and people who don't understand drill music, people who don't understand Pavlov, people who don't understand Skinner saying all of these derogatory things about young black men who you are giving Biden and the liberals fuel to create another crime bill because you don't take in all the social factors of why we have Jaydayoungan and why we have drill. That 808 is the bell from Pavlov's dogs. This is intense conditioning that we have going on here. Let me get some water. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. We ain't playing around, man. Episode 1 of Drill Times, man. Y'all want to know what drill music is? I had a video of a youngster who defines drill music in a video. But before we go to the youngster and the drill music, let's go to Wikipedia. Wikipedia, or we could go to my description because I put the definition in the description, right? But I know we like sharing because it's like a visual thing. And right now you just see my avatar up there. So let's bring up something on the screen so give people to listen to and look at the same time, man. This is art that I'm putting together here. Drill music from Wikipedia, man. Drill is a subgenre of rap music. That reminds me, I have a poll up right now. All 5.0 representatives, please vote in the poll. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. It helps the algorithm. Drill is a subgenre of rap music that originated in Chicago streets in the late 2000s. It's sonically similar to trap music subgenre. Drill music progressed into the American mainstream circa 2012 following the success of rappers and producers like Chief Keef, etc. You can find those names in my description, who had many local fans and significant internet presence. Media attention and the singing of drill musicians following artists subgenre have been noted by the style lyricism associated with crime in Chicago. Let me read this other line. Drill lyrics typically reflect life on the streets and tend to be gritty, violent, realistic, and nihilistic. Woo, that's a good word, man. I told y'all I watched these European gangster movies, and that came up in one of these movies, and they said this guy was a nihilist. Nihilistic. I'm gonna take a little break. Y'all know it's my show, so I could do shit like that, right? I want to define this word right here, man. It's a powerful, powerful word, man. Do y'all know what a nihilist is? Do y'all know what nihilistic means? A lot of times we be reading shit and we just jump over it. We don't even know the word. That I want to give you the definition so you know what the word means and you can use it properly in proper context, right? And that you actually understand what I'm saying to you, right? It's a very powerful word. I think you may use it once you find out the definition. And you may have heard the word used before and never known the definition. Nihilistic, pertaining to a characteristic of nihilism, right? Or relating to nihilism, right? So let's look up nihilism so y'all can understand what a viewpoint that traditionally values and beliefs are unfounded, that existence is senseless and useless. That's why I stopped. That's why I stopped. I've been saying for the last couple of days about the mental health crisis of young black men. Now, here we are with Wikipedia describing the most popular genre of music that young black heterosexual men divulge in, listen to young black women also, and how it is described is nihilistic. Do you think the young black men in Chicago and Louisiana, where the most you can make is 19,000, understand the definition of this word and the ramifications of what that means, that people define you as such? I'm going to read it again. I'm going to read it 2 more times. You know, you got to read some things 3 times. A viewpoint that traditionally values and beliefs are unfounded, that existence is senseless and useless. That's what nihilism is. That's what they're saying drill music is. Ragnarok said, bro, full stop. White folk do not blame blacks for their problem. Hey, I'm gonna put that on the screen. I'm gonna put that on the screen, man. Put that on the screen, man. Put that on the screen. Full stop. Throw a Ragnarok, man. Shout out to him, man. Throw a Ragnarok one time, man. Yeah, man. I support that, man. I support that. Perfect timing. I say I'm perfect. I'm not right. So I support that. But what I'm referring to is the whole replacement theory. And I think you were here for that show. I love you, bro. Like a lot of the True 5.0, they be around for the real shows, man. Because a lot of these stuff, I know a lot of black men are not like, I study history in school. I love history. So a lot of the shows that I do, people catch up to later on. Like the Brittany Renner topic, I was very proud of Roger doing that topic because it allowed us to talk a lot about geopolitics. It's not about Brittany Renner, it's about geopolitics. And then I did a show called The Replacement Theory about the Ukraine. And again, today when I talked about Putin, and this is a little sidebar for my brother Ragnarok, because you know we do this shit. Today when I talked about Putin, I said, you know what was remarkable? That a lot of people don't know, because you have a negative ideal of communism, right? How many people knew that they had such a fair and judicious legal system in Russia? And that was part of the Soviet Union. Because the way we saw all the movies, you don't even think that you get to see a judge. You have a jury of your peers, that even if you didn't have a lawyer, they would appoint a lawyer. This is what makes America special. This is what makes America America, is our judicial system, right? I thought it was extremely unique to America, but she got better treatment than a lot of black men that I grew up with. She got a great lawyer, 2 lawyers, highly intelligent, highly qualified. Most public defenders are not qualified. Most public defenders are working with the DA. Black men get railroaded every day in American judicial system. This woman got a lawyer. Come on, man. It's just, so I'm talking about, when I talk about the 18-year-old in Buffalo and what he wrote, he is blaming blacks for his problem, right? We can disagree with that on a premise, right? But whether or not that's the way they feel and that's what he wrote, that's what he wrote, that's what he believes, we could disagree with that. And his writings were supported by that French book written by that French racist called The Replacement Theory. So when I did my show on the Ukraine and when I did my show on the Buffalo shooter, I linked the Buffalo shooter to the Ukraine, and I linked the Ukraine to the Azov battalion and to the French who wrote the book on the replacement theory, and I educated my audience on the neo-Nazis in Austria, in France, and Germany and UK. And then I brought up Brexit. Everyone forgot about Brexit. Do you guys even know what Brexit is and the racial components behind Brexit and how that motherfucker just had to step down from Parliament because he basically bankrupted and killed Britain over some racist bullshit? Brexit was shutting down barriers and getting out of the EU. That was all racism because they didn't want Muslims coming in making all the money. It was about preserving whiteness. That's what Brexit was all about. That's what you will not replace me is all about. The replacement theory is all about. When Putin is saying that there are Nazis in the Ukraine in 2014 during the Ukraine collapse, the Azov Battalion, the Georgia Battalion were born. These were neo-Nazi racist guys running around with guns. They were not part of the army. They were militia. After 2014, guess what happened to these neo-Nazi militia? Well, they made them legitimate armed services. Can y'all fucking believe that? Racist neo-Nazi militia. These were people who were selling women and doing drugs. These are gangsters, but racist neo-Nazi gangsters who formed a militia in 2014 rebel. How many people know this? How many people know this? How many people know this? Right? So 2014 is when all of this starts. I did it. I showed the interview from the leader of the Azov Battalion, who's now part of Ukraine parliament. Think about how they transitioned. He was a gangster. He was a neo-Nazi militia leader. And now he's in the parliament. He's actually making policy. And when we watched the interview, he said, why do you want to do this? He said, I want to create the final conflict. So the people who are in power in the parliament in the Ukraine don't care about Russia. They don't care about none of that shit. They want a final conflict. And the final conflict for them is a race war. Oh, Ragnarok, man, y'all got to go watch my show. Y'all got to go do your homework, man. Perfect Timing not playing, man. Perfect Timing is not playing, man. A lot of people don't understand the replacement theory. People think Putin is lying about the Nazi presence in the Ukraine. This goes back to 2014. The Azov Battalion was trained by the Georgia Battalion. The Georgia Battalion is another neo-Nazi militia. But when you hear about America training Ukraine soldiers and sending guns to the Ukraine, America trained the Georgia Battalion. The Georgia Battalion are neo-Nazis. The Georgia Battalion trained the Azov Battalion. We have levels of neo-Nazis in the Ukraine. Ragnarok, you gotta do you just missing it, bro. I haven't heard anyone break this down. I'm gonna put the link because I want to hear your opinion. And I respect your intelligence, so I would love to hear your research. Because I haven't heard anyone break this down. I haven't heard anyone break down the French. And the person who wrote the replacement theory, that Frenchman. I haven't heard anyone talk about that book because they scrubbed the internet from the Buffalo Shooter Manifesto. No one actually read the Buffalo. I got to read it before they scrubbed it from the internet. The Buffalo Shooters Manifesto, he pulled from this French writer who wrote the replacement theory. A lot of people, when they hear about Ukraine and the Nazis, they don't understand that the Ukraine and the Nazis in the Ukraine, that people are coming to fight from France, from Austria, from Germany. They have no idea about this racial tension in the UK and all the neo-Nazi proliferation. I put the link out there, bro. I need to hear that you understand the replacement theory in the neo-Nazis in France, Austria, Germany, and Europe, and how they all are supporting the Azov Battalion in the Ukraine. And then explain to me how that's not racism. So I'm gonna give you a chance to research that because I know I'm sharing a lot of information. Go back, check out my show, The Replacement Theory. Go check out the book, The Replacement Theory, by that French guy. It was 4 or 5 years ago. And then you can look at the group from France. Is a young group in France who was a neo-Nazi group in France. They got taken down. They got real popular, and then they got taken down by the parliament, but they still exist. The same group that's in France is in Austria, in Germany, in Europe, in Britain, and they all are going and supporting the Azov battalion in the Ukraine. So then you got to know about this already. You got to know about this already. You got to know about this already. So when I talk about the Buffalo shooter, that's what I'm talking about. But I do respect your opinion, no. I do respect your opinion because I understand a lot of black men be like, oh, white people not blaming black people. The Buffalo shooter is directly blaming blacks. Yeah, in his manifesto. And that's not debatable, right? I do understand where you're coming from, but that's not debatable. That's not debatable. Yeah, I'm not debating what radicalized them, right? I'm with you. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. I don't think we disagree. Ragnarok is very intelligent. I respect it. Thank you for being here and watching. Ragnarok is extremely intelligent. I know you did your research, bro. I know you did your research. I know you did. That's why you're here. I got great respect for you. I know you did your research. And look at just the fact that you said for 10 years you've been studying this shit. So I know you did your research. I just think a lot of people be missing some of this stuff and their connections, right? And people hear Putin talk about Nazis in the Ukraine, and I think people just dismiss it. And I think they're scared to find out the truth about what's really going on over there. But let's get back to drill times, man. We're going to get back to drill times. So me and Ragnarok had a nice little sidebar. I like doing that shit because I like history. So as before we went into that sidebar, I was defining drill music. So drill music, and I'm defining drill music by using Pavlov's dog's experiment with conditioning in the bell. So there's 5 components to drill music. You got the piano, you got the 808, and then you got the lyrics. And the thing about the 808 and the piano and the lyrics is how they work in unison to form this Pavlovic conditioning that sends out a signal that makes people react and behave a certain way. Today, when Jaydo was talking about how we don't understand the complexities of some things, right? We think we invent everything. We think we invent drill music, right? Oh, Ragnarok came to join. What's up, bro? You came right when I'm about to get back to drill.
Not much. How you been?
Good, man. Good.
I shared your stream to some of my networks, I know, so that's why your numbers went up all of a sudden.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
And I like supporting small-time streamers, and that's literally what our networks do, is support each other's streams. I don't stream. I just gather research and stuff. That's about it. So, like, the misconception about Brexit being about racism, it's not. The biggest reason why the English voted to leave is because Brussels, which is the HQ of EU, essentially was making new laws from Belgium that would affect the English, and the French and the Netherlands were also coming into their fishing territories. So that really pissed off a lot of industries. So it was more of an industrial thing and a lawmaking thing as compared to racism. And when it comes to the whole, like, the incoming of mass migration from the Islamic world, it's still happening. Like, you still have thousands of boats coming from France to the UK of these people. Like, it's still going on, even under Boris. And,
I
and
agree with you, but think of because it was like it's also very financial, right? Because look what really happened to them. Because they talked about this. I watched it from the very beginning. It really had to do with the fact of how the untouchables, right? When I talked about on Roger Report the other day, the class system and how this place is upheld by the hotels, the workers, and all of them are these Muslim brown people that come in every day to live and work there and support this lifestyle, right? And what they always said, which why they took so long to transition, is they never found out a plan to mitigate how these people could come and go, right? Because that was always a part of it. This preserving whiteness was always part of it, and it affected their financial stability. And then what ended up happening? I listened to NPR. You probably heard the same thing, that people don't understand what really happened. So Brexit hit, right? It decimated them financially because they were so racist that they didn't come up with a good plan on how to support themselves of leaving the EU and how these people would come and go and work.
So
But wait,
my
but what
brother,
happened?
it's not about racism.
No, no,
So
no.
like
They might not be racist,
they do have a plan. So
but wait. What happened was COVID hit. They financially got screwed by Brexit, right?
yeah,
Brexit, but
yeah.
they had a plan to deal with it, right? But what they did not plan for was COVID. And what people haven't talked about, because they don't want us to talk about it because they fuck with our algorithm, is that the reason why Europe suffered and Britain suffered the way they suffered from COVID is because they already had got beat down financially and they weren't in a financial position to fight COVID because of Brexit. Is that not true? They had more debt.
It's a piece of the puzzle, I'll say that. The
So, so
but
what
the
I
other
say,
thing is, so while before COVID happened, and this was already a plan, Britain was planning a new financial bloc similar to the
correct,
EU bloc, which would
correct,
include
correct,
Canada, Australia, all like old British Empire lands.
correct. I remember that.
And so they're still trying to pan that out, right? They're still working the work. Scotland is about to have another vote to leave the Union of Britain, so they could be their own country again. So that's coming.
But how much people
And,
have died in the past couple years? They have lost. They. It's almost like a war took place. I agree with you, but they have
and
lost.
like one thing you need to understand, it's not just about preserving whiteness. Like we're talking about London, Paris, Berlin, all these European capital cities no longer being German or French or English. Like you had people who were born right after World War II, seeing their cities completely radically change and be completely culturally different now. And so like imagine if I took a couple million people, went to this small country in Africa and then demographically affected it to become more white in the future. That's pretty much colonization, right? But when it's
This is
done the other way around, they call it
no,
diversity.
no. This is a great conversation, bro. I am so thankful that you joined the panel. I really agree with you. When those white guys did the "You Will Not Replace Me" march, I told my audience, I said, those guys are not racist. They're not talking to black people when they say "You will not."
It's not even about racism. They just want their
It's,
culture to
that
survive, bro.
I get that. When I did the replacement theory video, when they showed those French guys in France, they didn't come off to me as racist. They said exactly what you said. Like, we're French or we're Austrian. This place has always been this. It's not this anymore. And what those Austrian white young, these are 20-year-olds, what they're saying is,
Hmm.
I'm being eliminated. Should I just be okay with that?
And another factor is the reason a lot of young European people, be they in North America, Europe, we're seeing an uptick in hate crimes over historical grievances. Nobody talks about it.
Nope.
Nobody talks about how white people are being targeted when they're young, the weak, the women, you name it, and nobody wants to talk about it. In fact, it gets scrubbed. You,
Because
you've had
the
you've
white
had
man is the
feminists.
boogeyman. The white man is the
It
devil.
is,
The
yeah.
white man is
The
the
media
devil.
need, yeah,
The white man is the devil. Who cares if the devil is getting hurt? Think about
exactly.
that. Think about, I know white man got to be like, fuck, why did we allow the culture associate us with being the devil? Because now no one is understanding our plight. No one, that's not weird. Black people complain about so much shit, but no one ever said white, black devil. No, they called the white man the devil. So Trump was able to be demonized without a lot of effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some fucked up shit to be a white man
So,
right now.
like right now, man, like when I grew up in school in Canada, bro, I was getting hate crimes done against me just for being white and Christian. Well, I was Catholic at the time. And these newcomers who are Muslim, who came from the Somali war, who hate America, who hate the West, their children are taught to be extremely religious. So they always hang out in their cliques, but they would also attack people because they weren't like them. Like I could see the supremacist attitude. It was more about religion, not race. Like, so when it came down, bro, like I've told people this before, you had Haitian Christians, and white Catholics trying to survive and fight against these people on a fucking schoolyard. And the shit they would do to the girls, I'm not gonna repeat it. So when young men all over the West, white young men, are seeing this, they're seeing nobody talking about the women being hurt, the young men being hunted down. No shit, they're gonna get radicalized. Like, so most of these Nazis have de-radicalized myself personally. Do you want to know why they became Nazis? This is the most common thing. They said because I survived a hate crime and nobody cared.
Wow.
So they decided to go all the way to somewhere. It was like, oh yes, we believe in you. And then you got that whole brotherhood thing, like that happens. Like when a broken down house in the black community and the
Hey,
gangs target that kid to
brother,
join the gang.
you beat me. I was just gonna say that because everything
Yeah.
you're explaining sounds very normal and sounds very familiar to me. Except when it
Yeah.
happens to young black men, they say we're prone to violence. But what you just described is there's a recipe, bro. When I
Oh,
talked about
there's
young
always a
men,
recipe.
there's a
No,
fucking recipe.
nobody wants to talk about the recipe. They just want to talk about the finished plate.
Yo, that's it. Yo, I bring up this interview. Tommy Sotomayor lost his channel, but I like Tommy Sotomayor. He has these conversations with white men. And it was a white man who stood up and said to Tommy, he said, you know, Tommy, I love you. And he said, I used to think blacks were prone to violence. He said, but now listening to you, I understand something. He said, I'm divorced from my wife. And he said, this is the conditioning, Skinner and Pavlov. He said, I understand now why the young black men are acting out the way they act out. He said,
Yeah.
but what's happening is that propaganda from liberals is seeping into white America, into white households. So now I'm being pushed out of my household. He said, Tommy, what happens when my son is raised in the same single parent household as the young black male, but he has more access to do harm?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the same recipe, right?
Yeah, well, it's actually growing in the, like, you can call it the quote unquote white community, where single motherhood and then the child becomes violent, joins gangs, sells
Ex-
coke. This
except
is like
the
it
white
happens
man,
a
but
lot.
listen, the white man said, except this young white male has access to more, like more guns, and that's what you see happening. They can cause more damage.
So the thing about like young white men and pretty much be they boomers or Gen X, white people are the most armed civilian population on the planet. We always have been and
There
always
you
will
go.
be.
There you go.
And it's a cultural thing. Like after the revolutions in Europe, bro, in the 1840s. So this is right before the American Civil War. In the 1840s, Europe, bro, you had peasants rise up in rebellions. Like you have France, late 1700s, the French Revolution, and it just kept going and going and going to like different countries. And this concept of revolution, because like before these revolutions happened, it was only like the knights or the aristocracy allowed to own weapons. Like
Check
if you
this
look at
out. Check this. I want to interrupt you because I think I want to let everybody listening know how much this relates to the topic. As I did my research, do you know where is the most, and you probably know this because you just said Canada. What's the most popular drill scene?
well, Toronto.
UK. Toronto, same. They go, but
Oh yeah,
it's,
UK,
it's
bro. You got people in UK doing drill raps about how they're using zombie knives. And for people in chat who don't know what that is, a zombie knife is a knife that's so serrated, it's got like 2-inch serrations. It's fucking as long as a machete. Pardon my French. They would gut you with it and pull your damn guts out. Like it's that bad. And you have drill rappers talking about doing this kind of stuff, talking about doing rape, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And like I'm somebody who will say, when it comes to hardcore music connected to criminality, there's a problem
yes,
because it is a source of like, oh, I can get fame if I do these bad things. Shit, like the difference between metal and drill rap is metal. It, yeah, sure, it's a majority white scene, but yeah, blacks, natives, Latinos, every single race you can name, all go into a metal concert, getting pissed drunk, doing all kinds of drugs, and no violence happens. Because if you wanted violence, the tolerated, accepted violence is in the mosh pit. You can literally go fucking lose your teeth in the mosh pit if you wanted to, or you can take the other guy's teeth. But then everybody just has a beer after. This is not the same scene. So you go to the drill rap scene. If you start shit in a drill rap concert, you might get shot. Like,
correct, correct. Like this is really relevant because when we talk about the white male and you talk when I did my research, what you're talking about is why there is a UK drill because no one is addressing that plight. No one is addressing that question. And why are these young white males who supposed to be the most upperly mobile and have all this opportunity, why are they doing drill? Because they
Well,
don't have that opportunity anymore. The opportunities have been taken away, and
well,
no
like,
one. It surprised me that the
well,
youth in
look at
drill
Irish
school.
rap, bro. Look at Irish rap. The Irish never had it good. They never had upward mobility. Yeah, sure, they're white, but like when it came to like the bullshit in Ireland, bro, they've always been getting fucked over. They've always been getting ass rammed. And if you look at like most whites in the world, they're either working class or lower middle class. Like that's the majority. These aristocracy, super rich whites that people keep saying, "Oh, white people own the system." They have nothing in common with that white dude who can literally fit in your ghetto clique in the black community. They have nothing in common, bro. Not one single thing. Like they're living in ivory towers and having three mansions. Okay, like this dude can't even own a house, let alone a freaking basement.
Right.
And that's the majority of whites. And then at the same time, that's happening where most whites are in the lower working class. They're also getting all this accepted and tolerated, normalized racism. Like I know a lot of people in the black community are gonna complain about racism, but like, are they really facing as much racism? Because like being racist against black people nowadays, bro, like you lose your job, you lose everything. Like you done so, done, bye,
No,
gone.
no, I'm in the black manosphere. No, I'm in the black manosphere. What we talk about every day is that the racism we face is from black women.
Yeah, no,
It-
I've noticed that. Like I know some people who will
we
say
don't
that
talk
as
about
well.
we don't talk about white men. Most of us don't deal and encounter what racist white men. So that's not what comes up. What we deal with the people who are disenfranchising us and calling the police and putting us on child support
So,
and
bro,
lying and
here's something I'm gonna blow your mind away. What if I told you self-hating white women who are more or less liberal or even socialist support minorities going against white straight men? They enabled the normalization of all this bullshit.
oh yeah, I love Bill Burr.
Yeah.
Do you like Bill? You watch Bill Burr's latest comedy special? Bill Burr, wife is black. Bill Burr talks about the white women, how they jumped in front of her. Oh, man, come on,
Yeah,
man.
no, Bill Burr was like looking at them and he's like, yeah. You don't you fucking act like you're innocent.
You
Okay,
right next to me in the hot tub.
you
Yes.
bathed in the blood money that you sent your white man to get. Like,
Come on, brother. Come on. Yes. Yes, I understand that. I do. I do. It's a fucked up
so
reality.
so you know of conservative.
Yeah, I do know hood service.
So he put it up really well, a really good saying, and he said like you're trying to sell me black love, but you're also trying to scam me, type of thing. And he says so black women want to make black men go get the shit and take the shit from white men, but really it's not white men who are our opposition.
Correct. Correct.
So like you got a lot of black males and young white males trying to get along. You always got that pro black type guy who's like, we shouldn't listen to white people, and when like they just don't want to like compromise. Like and like when it comes to the replacement as well, Hood also said this: who's bigger in population, whites or blacks? Like we know blacks are smaller in population, right? In the West, who gets affected first by mass migration? Like how many blacks have lost their jobs due to mass migration? Like before white people even have. Like you have like Compton's not even black anymore, bro. Like
Right. Right. No,
like
California, if you're a legal alien in California, you can have a driver's license. And most black men, because of child support and other little bullshit, don't have legal driver's license. It's the most fucked up shit. If you are not an American citizen and you are an illegal alien, because a lot of the people who work at the DMV speak Spanish, and Gavin Newsom said you could have a license. Most illegal aliens who are not American have a legal driver's license and car insurance. But in California, because there is a caste system, because racism is real, most heterosexual black men don't have a driver's license because the slave code is real and they arrest you at 12 years old. They get you on felony probation at 16. And most black men live a life on some type of quasi probation or child support, and you can never get a legal driver's license.
so
That's
you also have this exact kind of thing in Canada. Like seniors here who thought their pension would pay off. It's like $600 a month. Okay, that's fuck all now due to inflation. Back when they got and started their careers, it was actually worth a lot of money, like $100. So $50 today was worth $100 50 years ago, like in purchase value, right?
Right.
So you have refugees coming from African civil wars and Middle Eastern civil wars coming to Canada, getting 1,200 in like monthly, and then also getting free schooling for the kids, free healthcare whilst they never pay tax into it. And guess what that senior gets? $600 a month and just rots.
And now, and now you know why the country looks the way it looks, right? The
Oh,
same
but
thing
it's
is
crazy, bro. Like
same thing
like
is
I know
happening
I
here.
know a Gen Xer. So Gen X, like 80s. He's an 80s kid. He saw multiple neighborhoods that used to be white ghettos turned into black or Muslim ghettos. Like it's crazy. In the span of 10 years, boom, everything's changed. It's it just goes. It's wild, bro. Like you have whole neighborhoods just changing so quickly, and like anybody who knows anything about history, man, you put too many people who think differently in one place culturally
Gonna have
and try to,
problems.
bro, they're gonna divide. They're gonna balkanize. They're gonna make their own mini enclaves. Like it's just what it is, and there's nothing wrong with having your own enclave. Most people are tribal. It's just what it is.
Right.
But when it comes to like violent disagreements, that's when shit gets real.
And
So
that comes
like,
from a lack of understanding. And that
yeah,
comes from
exactly.
and that comes from the poverty.
The lack of
That comes from,
communication,
yep.
you name it, bro. Like you have white poverty, black poverty, hating on each other, whilst the black elite and the white elite just laugh at both. It's like,
Correct. Because if we both had a, because if both of our bellies were full and our kids' bellies were full, then I would have a hard time being upset with you, especially if I'm an intelligent, logical man. The anger comes from the lack. And that goes back to Skinner and Pavlov because I need to blame and I'm my mental state is too remedial to really understand why I have lack. So I just look at what's closest to me. Even if it's a black person, it doesn't matter. That's why people hurt who's next to them. In this whole black on black crime and white on white crime, you hurt who's next to you because you're looking for someone to hurt because you don't have it, you don't understand. That's why white people
yeah,
hurt
well,
white.
like, so like people, like that's another reason. Like a lot of the driver behind hate crime is the perceived loss of comfort, just like the rat who was getting hurt and whatnot, going insane. And then you have these narratives saying, "Oh, I should get my reparations," this, that, and the third, and like the whole reparations argument. I'm against it. Do you want to know why?
Why? Why?
You want to know why? Because
I don't deserve reparations?
so hear me out. Hear me out. A lot of black people don't understand what white people hear when blacks are trying to talk about reparations. So what we hear is, you want to put a tax on me just because I was born white and did not participate in those things.
So
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 that
this
that
so
so
listen,
that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like if you're
but this
talking
is what
about
you should
wanting to
hear.
get the reparations, it's
But
not just
listen,
getting it from the government. The
no, this
government
is
gets money
no,
somewhere.
no, no, no. This is what you should hear because reparations wouldn't work that way. Reparations would work for blacks the same way reparations work for Jews. And here's the perfect example, and it's the Juneteenth holiday that Joe Biden signed into law. And this is why certain white elites didn't like him signing that into a holiday. The Juneteenth being signed into a holiday is basically a receipt. And what reparations should be changed from reparations to employment law. Because what the Juneteenth law says is this. Are you familiar with Juneteenth?
I'm aware of Juneteenth, and I know a lot of black conservatives who laugh at the concept because the hypocrisy of all the crime that happens on that day is ridiculous.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about reparations and what this is labor law, right? So Juneteenth said this that my grandmother, who worked as an indentured servant or slave, because I don't like that term slave, but my grandmother who worked for free because of racism that existed in the South, the president at the time, the government told those landowners and business owners who were not paying my grandmother a salary to free my grandmother or pay her a salary by law. Before that, it was illegal, right? So when he signed the Juneteenth law, those landowners and business owners did not release my grandmother from employment for 2 years. So Mila did. If I said if someone was litigious enough that they would have filed an employment lawsuit against those landowners and businesses who did not follow the law, and pay my grandmother a salary for those times worked.
You want to know? You want to know what's funny about Biden? He actually descends ancestrally from plantation slave owners. His family dead ass owned multiple plantations. So
Oh, he racist. He racist. He got the
like,
resolute desk. He had the resolute desk in his office. But listen to my argument. Listen to my argument. Juneteenth says that you were supposed to release my grandmother from your employ, but you did not do so for 2 years. That means you owe my grandmother wages, not reparations. You owe my grandmother wages. And if you owe my grandmother wages for those 2 years, then you owe my grandmother wages for the entire time she was in your employ. So it
all
was
right,
not.
so that means these seniors who experienced the bullshit that happened, they get reparations. Like they get their stuff, they get justice. But
But
what
my
about?
grandmother's dead. My grandmother's dead. The people are dead. So just like in Jewish, when they just had this Austria, that shit is over there like a museum. That shit
Yeah.
bothered me because we don't got nothing like that as far as blacks, but that's how rich Jews are. That shit is over there like a museum, and all the Jews from America went over there and celebrated that shit.
So, but here's the difference.
But this is what I'm saying.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. My bro. Hear me out. So Jews who survive that have parents who survive that right now. The thing is, so they were there. They heard their stories.
No, me
Having,
too.
but
I
like
know
when you
my
have,
grandmother. I know my grandmother. She's dead now, but I grew up with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother's mother. My mother picked cotton till her fingers bled. I went to Mrs. We owned the land that we were slaves on because we married into the family. A lot of white people don't know how close slavery is. I know slaves. I was raised by slaves. That's why black people are so violent, because we was beaten by our big mama who was raised on a plantation. My mama picked cotton till her fingers bled. I met slaves. I was raised, the food that you guys love came from my grandmother's grandmother who was a slave. My grandmother was part of the Great Migration. My mother was the first person not born on the plantation. That's how close it is for us.
damn.
My grandmother left the plantation with her sister to come to San Francisco. Roger, his family left and went to Chicago. The Great Migration just happened. Then my grandmother had my mother, who's her oldest child, in San Francisco. I did a story about crack and why it is crack hit blacks. White people smoke crack too, but why didn't crack affect whites in the same way? It was because of something. I'm gonna write a book called Fresh Off the Plantation, because my mother and the individuals who got hit by crack were the first Americans off of the plantation. White people had already been in the city. They dealt with crack differently, right? But my people coming from a plantation, they dealt with crack way different, and we lost all of our wealth because we had never had it before. People always say, oh, the baby boomers smoked up the wealth. The baby boomers had never been in the city before. My grandmother was the first one to buy a house in San Francisco. Before that, blacks couldn't live there. So when we get mad at my mother had no history of home ownership. She would have been born on a plantation if my grandmother hadn't made it.
So I have a question, because like I was watching Bernard's earlier with Amiri, and Amiri says anybody who has like an ADOS parent should get reparations. And I'm like, that's too far. That's not going to happen. And the thing is, we're talking about trillions upon trillions of dollars, which the government can't afford, and the government would demand white people pay it through taxes.
So what would happen? What would happen?
Here's what theoretically what would happen, my friend.
This is what happens with Jews in Germany. The companies that were associated with what happened with the Nazis have to pay. And in America, there are still companies like Hugo Boss designing Nazi uniforms. Coco Chanel was involved. Louis Vuitton.
Okay, so like the white lower working classes wouldn't have to be paying this shit. It would be the companies themselves.
Correct. These corporations who still are around today, who benefited from slavery.
Okay. So that's more of a sane response, because I've heard some pro reparations arguments where all white people should be paying into this.
That makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense, and it would destroy race relations. Like,
right, and I don't want to bankrupt America, and that's not fair. That's not what took place. The rich white people who made money off of slavery still have money. That wrong has to be rectified, and I think white people would agree with that. If a white man like, you know what, you're right. This motherfucker made $100 billion off of free labor in blacks. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. He should
Uh,
not get to have more power than me and you. He has more power than me and you because of the racist shit he did. He should not have $100 billion because he was a slave owner, because it gives him power over you and me. That should be rectified.
and here's the other factor. So say this actually happens. We got the companies doing that. You're gonna have the natives roll up, demand reparations. You're gonna have the Irish roll up, demand reparations, especially from England. You'll have the Scottish roll up, also demand from England.
And they did some horrible shit to Ireland.
It'll actually cause
How do
one
you
hell of a
fix that?
domino, bro. Like of
How,
any
but
culture
look
that's
though,
been victimized.
look though, Irish, they did the Irish and the Scottish, man. Like they
Eh,
call them niggers because they almost genocided them. So how do you fix that? Like they
Bro,
don't
bro, they
the
weren't just
Irish.
genociding us. They didn't genocide us. What they did is they passed prima nocta laws where, so say a Scotsman or an Englishman, like you saw Braveheart, that shit happened.
So they
You're
don't
trying
get
to marry your Scottish girl, your Irish girl, and you're Irish or Scottish. Guess what happens? The local English lord gets to rape your wife on your wedding night and
so
impregnate her.
that's what fuck means. That's what fuck means, right?
Yeah.
That's where the term fuck comes from. A lot of people don't know that. That's what the
And,
term fuck.
and you know what happened? So like every time I hear people saying they want to ban guns, being Irish and Scottish, bro, I tell you right now, the English banned the Scottish and Irish from using swords, from owning swords, from owning any kind of weapon that could stop their tyranny. So they would use rocks, sticks. This is why you got the Irish fighting stick. This is why the tradition of like you seeing Scottish people at the Scottish festival.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen the Highland Games? Picking up a gigantic log and flipping it over. You know what that do to an English knight on a horse? They would crush them, like just completely. So like they had to be beefy, they had to be massive, they had to be quick. So for over 1,000 years, they went through this shit. So like that, like me, man. I hope Scotland just decides to be its own country one day. I really do, because like
I, but these
it's
wrongs,
about fucking time.
these wrongs have to be right. I don't see we go forward. That's why this whole replacement theory and this guy in the Ukraine said he wants the final conflict, because these wrongs have to be righted, bro. I remember seeing a white lady talk about South Africa. She almost came to tears. She said, "No one knows how bad we did. We did some horrible shit in South Africa that you guys would probably never know about. We did some horrible things in South Africa, and we deserve everything that's happening to us now in South Africa."
I don't know about deserve because it's like, look, my wife is Zulu from South Africa. She's Black Zulu all the way. She told me they're literally putting whites who weren't involved, new generations, into fucking camps where they have dirty water, malaria, you name it, getting raped and exterminated, you name it. That's happening. It is happening to an extent that people don't even want to talk about it. And when the Bayar people who are trying to fuck off from there as a refugee, most countries said, no, no, you're white. You did your apartheid thing when that was years ago.
Right?
So like you can't pass the sins on to the son or the
I, I
daughter.
I get it, man. I get it. How do you fix it though, bro? Because there is this history. Like, and think about how good God is. Look at us having this conversation. The one thing that people listening is should know that the fact that me and you can have this conversation, that God is great and that this shit could be worked out. It has to be rational, logical thinking people, and the trauma, man.
You,
It's a
you need
lot
a
of
look. You need a human conference where multiple cultures come around and settle grievances like men and not assholes. Because if we keep going around and giving the sins of the father to the children, like you know what's gonna happen? Let's take South Africa for example. All those children going through what they're going through right now, the white kids,
they,
seeing that they're
they,
being blamed with the sins of the father, you know what they're
they,
going to do? They're
yep,
going to rise up one day
yep.
and tell those blacks who persecuted them, sins of the father. It's going to go in circles.
But isn't
Revenge
that
is a
history?
bitch.
Yeah,
Revenge is a bitch, bro.
and we could probably point to a point in history where that actually happened. I totally agree with
Yeah.
you. Look at what happened to us in Afghanistan. Isn't that what happened to us in Afghanistan? And those people rose up to exact revenge. Like we used them in
Yeah.
that war against Russia, and we had a chance to do right with those young men in Afghanistan, and we said, "Fuck you."
Well, actually, so a lot of Afghanis who rose up still were on the American side, even once. So it's a conflict of tribes there. It's a more southern tribe, which came out of the you know who now runs Afghanistan.
Mm, mm,
The the north the Northern Alliance were different tribes, completely. They're screwed now because they were on America's side, so they're getting screwed royally right now. You know, like our allies there.
So what
And
will happen? So what will happen to them again? We're creating another enemy, right?
yeah, pretty
Again,
much.
again, this is what we do. America creates this shit and we just leave, man. And
You
then
want to
and
know a good example of solving things properly? Vietnam. You know the whole Vietnam War thing.
mhm.
Vietnam is actually now one of America's best friends in the region. Go figures. People still don't believe that right now because of what happened. But right now, diplomatically, Vietnam is actually one of the best friends of America because China keeps encroaching on them. So they got a bit of a backing from America. So like it, they put their grievances aside and decided, look, we have this gigantic superpower in the coming. Who's
The
gonna fuck
enemy,
us?
the enemy
Yeah,
of my enemy is my friend.
even if that friend was your enemy before, it's like it's weird, man. Like, so if you come to like some agreement for justice, not revenge, like like the trope of heroes, don't seek revenge, seek justice. Like two eyes make the world go blind. Eye for an eye makes the world go blind.
Mm.
Like this is an old concept. Like if two cultures can't fucking settle their grievances peacefully, shit goes down for another 100 years. So I can actually tell you right now, the people who have the opportunity to settle this justice peacefully is actually blacks. Like when it comes to blacks and whites. So blacks could take up the historical grievance and go all revenge mode, or they can go the justice mode and be like, we're better than you because we didn't go the revenge mode. So yeah, there's that.
Well, that probably not gonna happen as long as we got single parent homes because that's gonna take men raising the men in order to make that logical conclusion. Now we got women raising the men
But
in the
yeah,
house.
wise men, regardless of what race or culture, who are strong and understand that strength and understand they can do evil things. Like being good is hard. It's very hard. Being
Man.
evil is very easy. Like it's so easy.
But
it's
that
that.
again, that comes from men. Women don't have that understanding, and these boys are being raised by mothers who commit abortion and do all of this shit and sleep with multiple men. They don't understand consequences. They don't understand sacrifice. None of that shit. Because this would take consequences. It would take sacrifice. It would take understanding, and that's not a woman. That's just not female nature, and that's why they have the women raising the men to keep us separated. This is not difficult for me and you to do. We don't even have to
Yeah.
agree on everything. We simply,
Like
but most,
an old tradition in Germany, but like when German tribes were against Rome, way back in the day, the women would raise the boy till they were 8, but then they had to go off with the men and their father in the war band, learn how to hunt, learn how to build, how to survive. You know why they did that? Because the German men at the time understood if he was only to be raised by his mother, like sure, he'll get the nurture and love and care early life up until he's 8, 7 years old. But when he's old enough to hold a spear, this motherfucker's gonna learn how to skin a rabbit. This dude's gonna learn how to build a house. He's gonna learn how to fish. He's gonna learn all these things that a man needs to do to take care of that woman who lives in that hut in the future. Because if he doesn't, he's not a man. Like the biggest sin in Norse paganism and Germanic paganism and culture is weakness. So a man grown only by a woman doesn't get these lessons, and they become delinquent. And it's not just them. You had African tribes do this as well.
yeah,
They'd let
rites of
the women
passage. I was gonna say that.
they would let the women raise the children for a time, but then the men would be like, "Son, you're coming with me. You need to learn things." Like, but I want to stay with mama. No, you're done being milked. Like,
No, 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 no. I tell a story. I tell a story that in African tribes, this is the story that's told to me, and I was scared when I heard this story. But at 12 years old, you were beaten out of your sleep, out of the village, and this is when the rites of passage would start. You would become the warriors of the
so
tribe.
actually, that is an important lesson because the warriors of the tribes understood you could be attacked in the night and you need to be aware.
You were beaten in your sleep, taken away from the village, and the whole thing was about what you said. And the lesson would begin like this. Up until this point, and you hear this from a lot of African brothers. I grew up, I had a great life, even though in the village. I was able to run and have fun. And we ate and played all day until I became 12. And the conversation is, do you know about the life that you've had? You've had a great life until now. Yes, Father, I've had a great life until now. We brought you out of the village to teach you how to everyone else. They get to have the same experience that you had up until 12. You never worried about anything. Now I'm going to teach you what it takes that you had that, and that was a privilege given to you by the men in this tribe. And they teach them how that I provided protection. That when you walk to the watering hole, you never feared getting attacked. That's because we have patrols. Your mother always had food to cook. That's because we had hunts. That is what's taught to that 12-year-old. And that 12-year-old has pride because he understands I had a great life up until 12 years old. Now it is my time to protect and preserve that for my brother and my sister and for my mother. That is the beginning of the rites of passage, of understanding who you are and why you were able to live the life you live. And now it's your turn to provide that same thing. And
So
then
so as so as different tribes, men in different tribes around like Germany to Africa, that's pretty fucking far, still understood this human nature, how to preserve the culture. The men would bleed, sweat, and die just to make sure the mom and the children could have that peaceful life.
correct, correct.
Nowadays, we have like radical feminists who don't understand like you being in the kitchen at home, doing all your hobbies, taking care of the kids. Like I'm busy busting my ass, like, and like, sure, men had the right to vote first, but we had to be drafted too. So like war comes, you know, sad time. Mama has to kiss the man goodbye. The kid cries too, you know, and you go to war. It's what it is, and that happened back in the day too. Even with like Germanic tribes, the way they would muster soldiers was tribes would get together, you know, and every single able-bodied man, they would divide each other. Okay, for this period of time, you're farming, you're taking care of the household, but then in the next season, you're on the war front.
Correct.
So like it was so like in European wars back then, it was seasonal. Springtime, it's time for harvest, right? But it's also the time the tribe next door are gonna steal your harvest. So they always have to think about that. And when it came to the Romans, you'd had over 100,000 Germans able to rotate and have 50,000 at any given time. This is why the Romans never conquered Germany. They never did.
All right. I'm listening, was wondering about the video that I did on the replacement theory. I'm about to put the link in the chat so y'all can check that out.
I gotta go. I'm taking off. I gotta go to work.
Salute,
Gotta go.
brother. Thank you for hanging out. I've seen you in the chat many times. I'm glad you finally joined the panel, man. God
Yeah.
bless you. You said you're a Christian. I believe in traditional. I say a lot
Well,
of
I'm actually pagan.
pagan.
I'm Norse Viking. Just the best way to explain it.
Okay.
Yeah. I worship Odin and whatnot, but like golden rule is still there.
The golden rule is still there.
Yeah.
I thank you for joining, man. And please join anytime, man. May you and your family be blessed, man, and have a good day at work, man. Successful in all
Yeah.
of your endeavors, bro.
And I hope one day different cultures of men can get together and put these things aside because one day we're gonna have to rise as a human empire. It's gonna happen.
You said your wife is Zulu, right?
Uh-huh.
My wife is Sicilian.
Well, there you go. It's
So
already
you
happened.
know.
It's already happening. Like these future kids, man, they're gonna look at us and be like, "Man, fuck your historical grievances, man. I'm trying to take over the
Right.
stars, bro."
Exactly, man. Like both of us probably got some pretty ass kids, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, bro, the next generation, whether it be more white or more black or mixed, I don't care, man. I hope we put into them the idea that you shouldn't let historical grievance drive you, and that we should try to just clap the stars' cheeks. Okay, like I'm trying to get up in the galaxy. All right,
man,
I'm not trying to nuke ourselves on this bullshit over historical bullshit. Like we can rise above, or we can be frogs who just eat each other. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I like that. It's,
Well,
t-
have
it's 2025. We're supposed to be Buck Rogers, man. Remember Buck Rogers? We supposed to be. I mean, for real, it's 2025, right? We supposed to be doing that. I'm with you. We supposed to be in the stars, man. It's Buck Rogers time. I'm with you.
It's like, oh, okay, we found multiple planets we can live on now. Okay, the Muslims can have a planet, the whites can have a planet, the blacks can have a planet. Like, let's go clap some cheeks, man. Like, shit, it's a
Hey,
better dream.
yeah, a way better dream, man. I like that, bro. Thank you, Ragnarok, for joining, man.
And the last thing I'll say before I go, I have a dream. Good night, man.
Good night, bro. Have a good day at work, man. Yeah, man, that's your boy Ragnarok. I seen his brotherhood Conservative came in the building. Thank y'all for supporting, man. I'm listening. That's the video from the replacement theory right there. I just put the link. I just put it in the chat right there. Y'all check that video out, man. That's a good video. Again, my big brother, I was very proud to do that video because my big brother, he has a master's degree from the University of San Francisco. He got trained by a master teacher that you guys may have heard of in the Black Manosphere Circle. So if you know the famous master teacher professor from University of San Francisco, you might know who my brother studied under. But my brother studied under a master teacher. He has a master's degree and he works with young black men. And he asked me to do a video on the Buffalo shooter. So my big brother, I look up to him. He's highly intelligent. He got to work with a master teacher. They're actually friends now. And when he asked me to do the video, I was just impressed that he watched my show and he trusted me to do the research and do the video. So my big bro asked me to do a video on the Buffalo shooter. And when I did my research on the Buffalo shooter in the manifesto, I came across this book written by a Frenchman called The Replacement Theory. And it illuminated so much going back to the tiki torches and the khakis, right? Of where the term replacement theory came from. And then the liberal media just pissed and poo-pooed it all away and said it was bullshit and it was fake. And they didn't tell and teach people about what Ragnarok just eloquently described, that there are young Austrian men, young French men who are saying that I don't have anywhere. At 20 years old, I feel like I won't have a country, I won't have a wife, I won't have a job. Because everyone coming into Austria, France, and Germany, these countries are non-white, and there's no opportunity for me. That's what my video is about. And these young white men, they don't know what to do. They and there's young white women, and they're trying to say to people like Ragnarok said, like, I'm not racist, but what am I gonna eat? I'm not racist, but what am I gonna eat? That's what the whole replacement, that's why they're using the term replacement. That I am being replaced, I'm being outsourced, I'm being pushed out. Austrians don't look like me no more. French don't look like me no more. Now, some people could say they don't care. Some people could say, well, I don't give a fuck. Fuck the Austrians, fuck the French. But, check out the video. Because then you understand why the Buffalo shooter wrote what he wrote in the book that he read. And why he feels the way he feels at 18. Think about an 18-year-old white male. He's supposed to, this is what they tell black people, right? That the white man could do anything. The white man is so upwardly mobile. Why this 18-year-old young white dude didn't feel that way? And Ragnarok just expressed it. He said, because they are marginalized. He can't get a job. The same plight for drill. That's why this is relates directly to the topic. The Buffalo shooter, the replacement theory, it's the same thing as drill. Why are they drilling? Why are they going to replacement theory? It's a lack of opportunity. In Louisiana, where Jaydayoungan is from, the most money you make is $19,000 a year. The number one employer in the Louisiana city where he's from is Walmart. That shit amazed me. I couldn't even believe it. It's 2022. What the fuck you talking about, American City? And the number one job in American City, we live in idiocracy. If you don't work at Walmart, you work at Amazon. And people think there's a lot of other jobs out there for young black men. There's not. There's no more electrician. There's no more mechanic. There's no more plumber. There's no more none of that shit. You could go work at Walmart and you could go work at Amazon. And no one's talking about that. You could go work at Walmart. You could go work at Amazon. What's up, Pastor $40? $19,000 is the medium income. I paid $28,000 in child support. That's damn near $12,000 more than the people in that small Louisiana town where Jaydayoungan is from. That's how much money they make. The medium home price is $92,000 a year. The most you can make if you become a good citizen, get straight A's, is $19,000. Motherfucker, my mama got shoes that cost $19,000. Black Uru Strike said they can mostly thank their own white women who sold most white men out. You ain't never lied. That's why I love Bill Burr. That's why I love Bill Burr, because Bill Burr is holding white women's feet to the fire and saying, hold on, you were sitting here right next to me in the hot tub, white lady. You benefited from all of the blood. Who are you to be a protected class? You were right. When Bill Burr said that joke, it felt so good. He said, white woman, you were sitting next to me. You were. And guess what the white woman did? The white woman did to that white man. Guess what the white woman did to that white man? Sold his ass out, pulled the rug right underneath, pulled the rug from out underneath him. Yes, they did. Karen didn't give no fucks. Karen didn't give no fucks. Brandon Mizell said that's not completely true. You can make 100,000 in Bogalusa. Doing what, bro? Doing so when I say 19,000, that's the median income. So per aggregate or average, the average income in Bogalusa is 19,000. And the number one employer is Walmart. But you make a good point, bro, because that was a debate that I had with Art, because we use Arkansas. You know where you can make, you know what you could do to make more money than that in Louisiana and in Arkansas? You could be a kindergarten teacher. A kindergarten teacher in Arkansas starting out at $43,000. Look this up for me, Brandon. How much does a kindergarten teacher make in Bogalusa, Louisiana? Huh? That's why I had to debate with Art, because it don't take a lot of education, and we need more black male teachers. And what Black Uru? And what else did I say? He said you could make 100,000. I probably know what you could do to make 100,000. Because in Oakland, what did I tell you guys yesterday? Everybody in the sound of my ear who lives in the Oakland, San Francisco Bay Area, if you don't have no felony, go to the Oakland Police Academy. The Oakland chief of police is a black man. He wants to hire young black men to be police officers. Everybody, young black men, y'all want to be millionaires, right? If you could get over your emotion, if you can get over your racism, just like the conversation me and Ragnarok had, if you can get over your issues with the police, guess how much money you can make in Oakland being a police officer? 250,000, $250,000. I'm gonna say it again: $250,000 being an Oakland police officer. $250,000 being an Oakland police officer. Young black man, I want y'all to make that money, because I want you to pull me over. I want you to pull over my son. Young black man, I want you to go to school and be teachers. I want you to start your career. Do you know how much you can make as a principal? Brandon, do you know how much you can make as a principal in Louisiana? Do you know how much you can make as a police officer in Louisiana? But young black boys don't want to be police officers. Young black boys don't want to be a kindergarten teacher, because the big booty girl don't think it's cool to be a police officer or a kindergarten teacher. Well, y'all got to change your frame of mind, brothers. Y'all got to change your frame of mind, brothers. That's why I had that debate with Art, because in Arkansas and a lot of these places where the minimum wage is $7, gas, did y'all notice that they never let gas get above $5 in the Bible Belt? Because it would have bankrupted those people. Gas in California and Miami and New York, Chicago was $8. But somehow gas never got above $5 in these places where the median income is $19,000 a year. No one ever discussed the magic in that. How is gas $8 and $9 in California, Chicago, and Miami and New York, but it never got above $5 in this place? Because you would have had a lot more murder. You would have had a lot more drill. You would have had a lot more murder. You would have had a lot more drill if gas went above $5 in Bogalusa, Louisiana. It's maybe 2 or 3 jobs that you could get out there, Brandon. making that kind of money. When I had my debate with Art, A.L. Evans chimed in. I said, what jobs could a black man do in Arkansas to make $43,000 a year? A.L. Evans said the only job a black heterosexual man could get in Arkansas making $40,000 a year is driving a big rig, bro. A.L. Evans said the only way you can make that kind of money in Arkansas as a heterosexual black man is driving a big rig, because the minimum wage in Arkansas is $7. And just like in Bogalusa, the median income is around $19,000 to $12,000. In Alabama and Arkansas and these places, $19,000 a year, $17,000 a year. That's not to say that's what the most you can make. I said that's the median income. That's what most people make. That's why the houses is $92,000. The number one employer in that city is fucking Walmart. That's horrible for that. I said America's a third world country. How do you define it? I'm gonna kick your ass. Pass the $40, you're gonna get put on timeout. Pastor said forklift. Hey, y'all watch Desi Banks. Hey, you know, you get your forklift certification in prison. Hey, I grew up in the inner city, so I had my little run-ins. So I had my forklift certification. So when I worked at Kaiser. I had a good, when I first started, when I got out of prison, man, I got a job at Goodwill. You could only get a job at Goodwill if you had been in trouble. So when I went to Goodwill is where I got my first computer training, and I got my forklift. And when I got out of Goodwill, I was working on the forklift. Yes, I was. Yeah, so I know about all of that forklift shit, man. That's what they give you coming out of prison, man. Go get your forklift. But you can make good money working on forklift. And if you an idiot, you could hurt yourself on the forklift. I seen some dummies hurt themselves on the forklift. Yeah, you could hurt yourself, man. A pneumatic, what was it? Pneumatic, and what was the other kind? Yeah, I learned how to drive both of them. I was good, man. I was good. When God gave me a second chance at life, I never looked back, man. I never looked back. I took that training seriously. I graduated in that computer training, the head of my class. They gave me an award. Rest in peace. I had my mama. My mama didn't even come. My mama always been this type of person. But they gave me an award. Yeah, I got an award. I graduated with like a 90th percentile. That got me a job in the pharmaceutical industry. I ended up parlaying my training into a job in Napa for a pharmaceutical company. And that pharmaceutical company is where I learned about pharmacokinetics, the periodic table, and this is why I developed my opinion about the pandemic in the jabby wabby, because I worked closely with the VP of pharmaceutical development who had a PhD in pharmacokinetics. So I know how drugs are created. I work with FDA filings. 7 years is fast. To get a drug to market, 7 years is fast. Typically, it's 15 years. The fact that they created that jabby wabby in a year is a lie. It's a lie. Pharmacokinetics is the study of the periodic table. Paul Laskar had a PhD in pharmacokinetics. That means he had a periodic table in his office. He understood the different elements and how to put the different elements together to trigger a response in your body, right? This element will do this element will do this. I combine it with this combining agent, but I do the mathematics. Paul had a piece of paper and a pen, and he just did math. Pharmacokinetics is math. He wrote it out on math. So to get this vaccine, right, someone like Paul had to do it on math first, mathematically on paper. And you know, hey, anybody from the 80s, anybody from the 80s remember this? Hey, the Japanese would go to Paul. Hey, Paul, do you think this will help people eyes become uncloudy? You know what Paul would say? You know what we would say in the 80s? The math works. We don't know yet. The math works. And simply because it mathematically works out on paper does not mean it will translate to when you ingest this substance that we get the reaction that we wanted on paper. Think about what I'm saying. Pharmacokinetics, the periodic table, Paul Laskar, the math works. I've combined these elements mathematically on paper. It says that it will cause this effect to the body. But we got to go through clinical trials. I have to actually make it now. Then I go to a laboratory, right? Then I take my mathematical equation to a lab. Then I take these elements from the periodic table and I put them together in a lab. It doesn't always work. Because I got to use combining agents. With the whole thing with the vaccine, they use the lipids as a vehicle, because to get this DNA sequence, no one knew how to get it into the cell. So it was two different technologies. One technology was the then the other one was the lipid, the transfer mechanism, the vehicle. Two different technologies. That would have been two separate tracks at the FDA. You would have had to do clinical trials on the lipids in the FDA, which they have been doing for 20 years. They didn't talk to you guys about that. Then you would have to do clinical trials on the other thing, and then you would have to do clinical trials on the one thing that you made together. This brand new thing that's not actually a vaccine. So that's what developed my opinions on that shit, because of my tenure at Goodwill at the pharmaceutical company, and then I worked at Kaiser for 15 years, and I was Epic certified. So I have intimate knowledge of the periodic table, pharmacokinetics, how FDA filing. I was a secretary. So let me just tell you, I wasn't a scientist. I was a secretary. I came from the hood. So I would compile the FDA filings. We would be in the office printing till midnight, and we would mail this off to the FDA. All of Paul Laskar's math, we had to send to the FDA. That was the beginning of the FDA filing. And the FDA would check the math. Then the FDA would say, okay, now y'all can go make the drug and do experiments on rats. Then the FDA would come back and be like, okay, you guys did good on rats. Now you could do experiments on humans. That's why I say 7 years is fast. Typically 15 years to get a product to market. And they gave y'all that shit in 1 year. And now they want to give it to kids. But I'll be quiet about this shit because they fucked with my channel, so I don't really talk about this shit no more. I don't know why I went on that tangent, but I don't talk about it anymore because I respect people's choices. I'm sick right now from COVID. I was almost dying last week. I couldn't breathe. My heart was fucked up. I probably gonna have long COVID symptoms. I'm an old nigga +3, so I'm already worried about having a heart attack because black men have heart attacks at the midlife point. So now this COVID thing hit me really hard, and it affects people's organs in a way that you diminished slightly from this shit. Yeah, I'm still sick now. So it's not no joke. Let's get into this video about what actually is drill. And then I'm glad, thank you guys for hanging out. And then we're gonna talk a little bit. The link is in the chat. If anybody want to join, we can chop it up. I see a lot of my brothers out there. Thank you all for joining. Deborah Carr, that's my sister. Yeah, how do you have the other monkey thing already? How do you have the monkey thing already? But see, how many people have this intimate knowledge of an FDA filing? Y'all know what I mean by FDA filing? The FDA has to approve this stuff. That's who the Food Drug Administration. So when we came up with something new for a human to ingest, you have to do what's called an FDA filing. And typically it's 7 years. Because it's a lot of pharmaceutical companies, it's only one FDA, and everybody's submitting their stuff to the one agency. And how many kids are going to school to be scientists, to go work for the FDA? And how many intelligent people do we have working at the FDA who are checking these things? Does anybody realize how this shit work? You have to do an FDA filing of the math first. It's a 7-year process. And then the FDA, once the math works out, then they allow you to start playing in the lab. That's what they were doing over there in Wuhan. That lab over there, that's what happens after you do the math. Then we travel to a place and then we make it happen. The math wasn't done in Wuhan. The math was done in corporations and pharmaceutical companies in America. Then that mathematical equation went to a lab outside of America because we didn't want that shit here. Well, okay, let's go back to drill. Let's go back to drill. Let's go back to drill, Bill. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh because America just lies to you. They don't tell you how this shit works. Everybody was in Wuhan. This is why Americans was in Wuhan, because once you do the math in your office, you need to go to a lab where you can actually do the experiment to see if your math works. Right? Okay, drill. Because look, YouTube don't like all this shit. Drill. We're gonna go back to drill. YouTube likes drill. YouTube like black men detriment, right? So if I do drill, that will make YouTube happy. YouTube doesn't want to hear me talk about my experience with pharmacokinetics. YouTube doesn't want black men to know about pharmacokinetics. That young black men may listen to me and tell a mom like, "Hey, Perfect Timing was saying his boss will have a PhD in pharmacokinetics. Mama, I want to go to school and I want to get a PhD in pharmacokinetics because I want to make a drug that can help grandma." What if young black boys hear my podcast and say, "Black Uru, will you be my mentor? I want to go to college and I want to get a PhD in pharmacokinetics because I want to cure heart disease for black men." Perfect Timing said his boss had a PhD in pharmacokinetics and he made medicine to help people and fix sick people. I never knew that was how you did that because no one tells young black boys, "Oh, just go be a doctor." No one ever told me about pharmacokinetics. But maybe, and my prayer is that if you listen to the Black Manosphere and if you listen to Perfect Timing, you might sit down with your parents and you may look into, because you may be getting ready to go to college and you may like math, like that nuclear physicist. You may be certain aptitude for math. You might like math. And you may ask your father, "What is pharmacokinetics?" You may have grew up with, like me, you may have had a periodic table in your room because you like the science guy. If you like math and you have a periodic table in your room, remember the Peachy folder? It had a periodic table on the inside. In some of my classes, I had to memorize the periodic table. I was talking to my wife the other day, and I said in one of my classes, I had to memorize all 45 countries in Africa. She was like, we were having a conversation about Africa, and I said, "Okay, do you know how many countries are in Africa?" And she was like, she always smiled because she liked how smart I am. And I said, when I learned it was 45, and in my class, I had to memorize all 45 countries: Algeria, Nigeria, Kenya, Botswana, Zimbabwe. We had to memorize all of Sudan. We had to memorize all 45. So in my mind, I dream in color. So the way I memorized it is I broke up, I would compartmentalize Africa. So all of Algeria, Nigeria, Algiers, all that was together. So I would say those names because I would memorize in my head the picture of Africa. So I knew all of those countries in the middle. Yeah, the Congo. Then I would memorize the top, Sudan, Kenya, Ethiopia. Then I would memorize the bottom, right, with Botswana, Zimbabwe. But we had to learn all 45 countries in Africa. So, maybe my prayer is that somebody listening will be interested in pharmacokinetics because, they listen to drill and the Pavlov's dog, the 808, the 808 bell rings and then we go out and kill somebody. That's what drill is. Drill is Pavlov's dogs. It's conditioning. The 808 bell rings and you go out and kill somebody. You conditioned. Booty to the pole. Booty to the pole.
In the early 2010s, a style of rap began to take form in the South Side of Chicago. This new form of rap was definitely similar to what most rap was about: guns, girls, and parties, the typical stuff rap talks about. But you see, what this form of rap had, well, it was 100% authentic to the lyrics and lifestyle portrayed in its music, and it was called drill. These bitches love salsa, oh, and I know it. Fucking with them old boys, you won't get fucked over. Now, this video isn't about the history of drill music. This video is designed to explain what drill music is, meaning what do they rap about, their music, what is the culture, and what exactly makes a drill rapper. Well, let's begin with the music, what they rap about. Their music is usually raps about getting with girls, partying, repping your crew, shooting guns, and getting high. All the gangster stuff. Their beats are hard trap type beats. Their lyrics are about basic gangster shit, and their videos are filled with guns and gang signs. So what makes it different to all the other stuff? Well, it's real. All the people, all the guns, all the lyrics, they're real. And that's where the culture comes in. Chicago and most real drill rap, a term I'm going to be covering later in the video, is real. When drill rapper says he's gonna, he's with his gang, he's in a gang. A drill rapper talks about beefing with another rapper, he really is beefing with another rapper, and he really wants to kill him and his crew members. And that's the thing. Drill rappers shoot at people. Drill rappers get shot. Drill rappers have killed people. Drill rappers get killed a lot. Drill rappers like Chief Keef and G Herbo are really in gangs and have actual gang ties and have been involved in gang activity. Now, what makes a drill rapper? How really is simply, in Chicago, a BD rapper is really a local BD living in the hood doing hood shit, and that makes him a real drill rapper. And let me explain that term more. A real drill rapper is a rapper who is essentially a guy in your local hood making music for his niggas. Like I said, like he's not really he might be trying, get some money off it, trying to get famous off it. Obviously, that's a great way to get into the industry by making music about really and being really about it. But a lot of times you hear in these interviews, they don't really seem to care about actually getting famous. It's about telling the ops they're still out there doing their thing and letting their niggas know they're still really about it. See, let me show you some clips from different interviews explaining these things.
Smiles, bro. Make me and my brother, my brother cold as hell. He be rapping and shit. Joda really wasn't rapping and shit at first. So for real, we start rapping. To be honest with you, like this time I'm gonna show you how much this boy was active. He ain't really want to rap until he heard Lil Durk's song, that L's Anthem. Cause we heard on the radio, like we driving, it was me and him. I remember we driving. Boom. He said, Brick Squad, we say fuck them. Like this on the radio, fool. You know what I'm saying? You talking about fuck us on the radio. Man, he went crazy, fool. He ain't like that. He said, you heard that, bro? Hell no, we finna go crazy. That's it. After that, so he was going crazy, bro. First he made the BDK because he felt like basically the man dissed us on the national or on the radio. You know what I'm saying? So he wanted to diss them on the largest scale possible.
I want to add some notes here. In the interview with Swag Dinero, you see how he talks about they didn't make the song BDK because we can get famous off it, guys. We can make a song, you know what I'm saying, and have this fake beef. No, it wasn't that at all. They made it because they felt disrespected. It wasn't about the fame. It was about showing that they can't be disrespected. They're going to take that line down. You get what I'm
Are y'all following this? I had a lot of videos that I could pick. I know this brother is a young brother, and it may be not the technical definition you was looking for, but it was the most powerful video describing drill that I could find. And what was most compelling about this video is the example that he just gave, that these young black men heard a song on the radio that dissed their gang, and they created a rap song to retaliate, not for money, not for fame. You guys must understand that a lot of people might think drill rappers are rapping to get rich or to get money or to get fame. Did you hear what he said? That's why I chose this video, so you can truly understand the conditioning. They did not start rapping to get rich. They did not start rapping to get famous or make money. The only reason they made a drill rap song was to gangbang. That's why I'm doing this video.
I'm saying? And that's what is really important about drill rap. Say you can have a drill style, like Slim Jesus has a drill rap style, but he's not really a drill rapper. A drill rapper, I'm not gonna sit here and say he's really about it, he's killed people, but I'm saying he actually is in the streets. He knows hood niggas. Not just knows them, but has lived. He has a struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like your local drill rapper is a local, I'm not gonna say local gangster, but a guy who really lives in the hood, really has seen some real hood shit and is rapping about it. You get what I'm saying? So what exactly is drill rap? Well, put it simply, it's real gangster rap. Thanks for watching the video. This is my first video. Tell me.
I thought that was one of the most powerful and compelling videos that I could put up. The fact of how he showed that interview on DJ Vlad, that this young man never wanted to be a rapper. The only reason why he rapped is because he wanted to retaliate. This is the essence of what drill rap is. It's not about the money. It's not about the popularity. They actually don't want money or popularity. Black Uru says, notice how the record labels, record distributors, radio stations are never cited as accessories to the crimes of these artists, even though they all know what these young men are doing. Exactly. You think the record company doesn't know when they put Little Dirk on the radio what that will? This is, I'm saying, Pavlov's dogs. And if you feel insulted and upset, get upset and write your congressman and start talking to these young men, because it's conditioning, it's triggering. What Black Uru says, you think the powers that be don't know that they're ringing a bell? That putting Young Dirk on the radio is ringing a bell to cause violence, because they know that these young men are conditioned to act out violently because they don't have adequate upward mobility. Back to Skinner. Yes, they understand that putting Little Dirk on the radio is akin to ringing Pavlov's bell, and they know the response that it will garner, which is why Little Dirk could never do a concert in Chicago. But now Little Dirk can do Chicago performances, and now Little Dirk is on the radio, and we have all this murder. Shout out to my brother Ken C. and Red, aka House Phone. Let's go to the next video. That's kind of like really sad, man, because like I had to there's this video. I'm using Jaydayoungan to couch this. I'm using Jaydayoungan to couch this. But this year, if y'all remember this guy, I remember this story about this young man. This young man, this was you see what they're saying on the bottom of the screen, but I remember him. He was like an emo drill. And he passed away. And it's like people like Juice WRLD. Juice WRLD also was involved in the drill scene, and Juice WRLD swallowed all those pills. So over 27 rappers this year, and almost over 50 rappers last year. Let's take a look at this video, because it's going to touch. The reason why I want to show this video is because people think it's only happening in Chicago. When I did my research, you know, we're one of the most prolific drill scenes, and Ragnarok just talked about it in the UK. I was very surprised to find out that a lot of the videos are arguing about who has the most prolific drill scene, UK or Chicago. And like Ragnarok said, in the UK, they're chopping people up with this zombie knife. So in the UK, they're using knives. The drill scene in the UK is very bad because just like in Chicago, it's real. It's real. People are passing away by the abundance. Let's take a look at this video.
I would never sell my soul, but I got dope for the low. Boss fuck what it costs. When million out no pass, sometimes you take a loaf. Nigga, how you run this city back in them days, bro? You look up in telly.
Jay Stash was a Florida rapper who killed himself after killing his girlfriend in front of her 3 kids on New Year's Day. He was 28 years old. I remember this story. I remember this story. Y'all remember this story? I remember this story. When I talk about these young men and their mental health,
Never had this at me, but you know it.
About us getting married, I'm thinking about some sex. This bitch drop. I'm already Buddhist and I'm already high when I pop. Niggas be solving they pops by talking, and niggas I saw my shit with a Glock. Everybody talk that shit, but don't do shit on trailer, nigga.
Lil Ron was known as an up-and-coming Chicago rapper who was shot and killed on January 8th.
Just stop. Really got niggas over east and niggas out west. They pull up, niggas get dropped. I don't want to talk. Full nigga right on my side, but you'll never see it when I walk. Let a nigga run up on me, put him on seat.
It looked like he in a dog kennel. He chose to do his video in a dog kennel. You know, I got my dog. I love dogs. I don't know why he did that.
Like fuck that little nigga thought. Niggas be talking about design, they really get busy. I can show you the receipts that we bought.
Turn on that backwater, I like it soaking wet. Let me taste that pussy before I'm stroking it. When it come down to that freaky shit, you know you with it.
Those two brothers was from Chicago. Now this brother, the Bando, was known as a Texas rapper who died on January 5th, and he died from that from these complications.
You made that D come and you love it. Turn on that backwater, I like it soaking wet.
I just hit the plug up for the
tinted lens with red dots, easy to pluck a headshot. Tampa, that's my city, even still bitch.
songs. You gonna lose a friend.
Earl Swabby was a popular up-and-coming LA rapper who was shot and killed on January 10th during a warehouse shooting. So for all you guys, Chicago, Texas, now Los Angeles. These are all drill rappers, all drill scene, all 2022. For everybody saying Chicago this, Chicago this, Chicago that. The number one drill scene I found was in the UK. United Kingdom in London. I'm not doing that today. The number one drill scene I found was in the UK. Ragnarok just talked about Canada. Now I got Chicago, Texas, Los Angeles. All young black men in all of these inner city communities. Condition.
I just hit the plug up for the
tinted lens with red dots, easy to pluck a headshot. Tampa, that's my city, even still bitch, I don't fuck with niggas. Pussy know what's up, I hit up D-Block, get them gone, nigga. It's Gator on the north side, posted up on the south side. Been ducked up on our Popeye, niggas know ain't no walk light. I'm stepping when I come, I keep the cannons with a drum, nigga. I'm smoking on a dead nigga, I'm blessed, so ain't no praying, nigga. Rude.
Shooter 448 was a Tampa rapper. Now we in Florida. Known for his street boxing, who was shot and killed on January 15th. We're still in January. How many young men is that? We still in January. I think we had about 5 or 6 young men, and we already went across the whole nation. By January 15th, Chicago, LA, Texas, now Florida. But I thought drill was only in Chicago. Y'all want to keep going? How is audio? Because I'm not going back and forth to mute. I hope the audio is cool for y'all. I'm doing my best. All right? Because I want to narrate this. So y'all let me know if the audio is good. We already in Florida. We ain't even been through half of the young men yet.
Up, plus the tool it up, and we don't give a fuck. Let's go and eat. I got the loud, you got the leaves. I feel like Mike with these bills in my jeans. I do not fuck with these wrong. Baby girl, how you a freak? You got your clothes on. When I pick up my little shooter, all he need is a mod.
Wavy Navy Pooh was an up-and-coming Miami rapper who signed to QC. He was signed to QC. That's the same label as the Migos, Cardi B. This is a major rapper. QC, Quality Control, has the Migos. Lil Baby is the #1 rapper. He's signed to QC. Y'all hear this? This young man was signed to QC. Wavy Navy Pooh was signed to QC, and he was shot and killed during an ambush on January 14th. He was 28 years old. Rest in peace, my brother. Very sad. 28. None of these brothers over 30 years old. There's so much to unpack, you guys. I got the link in the chat. If whoever want to chop it up, we could chop it up, man. I hope my brother Street Doctor come through, man. Because Street Doctor, I didn't know it was so many people in Florida, man. Like, it's so much to chop up. All these young men are under 30 years old. This man is signed to a $1 billion record label, and he's murdered at 28 years old. Let's keep going.
When I pick up, you go respect a nigga mine, or you go respect his eye. Run up, get closer. Bitch, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. Bitch, I push one up the way since I shot you. I'ma stay out your face since I got to. Put the K to your face if I got to. Put the crackers on the chase if I got to.
He hating cause the first he next. It be all fun and games till teaser pull up with the tech. My coordination on point. I'll never fight. Leave all of your feelings, you mad at the world. I'm riding in that road truck. Brody started capping.
Sad Frosty was a well-known meme rapper who we don't know why he passed, but it was on January 14th. He was 24
I
years
ain't
old.
clearing up shit. The same was the action, we don't play around. Catch him at a red light with enough gun, we gon' spray him down. Bitch, I'm flexing through depression. I'm posted at the
drawn to say be known for taking souls. And if we catch you slipping, you know we gon' up the scope. Yeah, we up the scope. Ricky shot by 4 in a row. Yeah, we fucked this hoe in.
Big Newski, I remember this guy. I remember his music. Big Newski was an up-and-coming Memphis rapper signed to who was shot and killed on January 28th. So we done been to Memphis, we've been to Florida, we've been to Texas. Oh, we got the elder in the building. Black Uru, what's up, elder? What you got on this?
Hey, how you do? Perfect. Yeah,
I'm
I
all
hope
right.
I'm coming in clear.
Oh, you sound great. You sound great.
Thanks. I can't really speak very in an informed way about drill. I'm several generations away from that particular genre of music, other than the fact that I have daughters, and in particular, my younger daughter is young enough, and we're in the Chicago area, so and close enough to drill. Thank God, not so close that I'd have to be particularly concerned, but certainly close enough. She's gone to college with people who are from those communities, or we certainly have family members that some we don't really know that well, but close enough so that we know the culture does to some degree tangentially touch us. There's every now or so, there's this grandson of a cousin or whatever ends up dead under circumstances that kind of overlap into that particular world. And of course, everyone's usually very sad. They're wistful about how, what happened and how he got involved in that life and stopped going to school. And, was a pretty stereotypical story. So in that respect, I'm familiar with it to some degree. The one thing that I found interesting is the overlap between that particular world and other scenes in the Chicagoland area that are not of that world.
Mm.
Where you will have those young men very often have a presence on like college campuses in Chicago, for example, as entertainers and as obviously lovers, if you will, of young women, from more privileged backgrounds. And there's maybe a party, on one of the college campuses, and you got a few of these guys hit the scene. Next thing you know, police show up, that sort of thing. But it's interesting, they have more of a presence outside of their immediate environment and influence outside of their immediate environment than they might often appear to have. There aren't that many degrees of separation, for example, from these guys, and let's say a Kanye West or like a Chance the Rapper, other guys who are from Chicago, rappers from Chicago, more prominent. What's the other brother? Don't hear a lot from him lately. From Chicago, I forget his name, but
Kanye so Chance sound like I can't think of nobody.
Yeah, Kanye, Chance. There's another brother. Common as well. Although I wasn't referring to Common, but Common is another. You have Twista.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, although they appear to be in sort of an isolated area or sort of an isolated environment, they do have influence outside of that environment. And in, like I say, and in environments in which you wouldn't necessarily assume they would operate. But I said it in the chat. I think this is a form of human sacrifice. I think this is an orchestrated. We talk a lot about various principalities, if you will, operating in the entertainment business on agenda that are not just physical, metaphysical. Some might think supernatural. And I think that this is a part of that. I think this is a part. I think this death, this murder, this because they're such young men. And if you notice, like when you refer to like other reference to other cultures, prior cultures, where you would have human sacrifice, for example. Well, the sacrifices were always young people, and usually very often even like virgins, right? It was important that someone who presumably is vital and has a lot of life and has a lot presumably to offer the world is destroyed before he or she ever gets the opportunity to do so. That's what makes the sacrifice that much more, gives it much more gravity. Killing an old person who's lived a life and had a family, whatever. I mean, that's not really much of a sacrifice. Killing me, is not much of a sacrifice. I have daughters, eventually have, grandchildren and that sort of thing. But killing somebody before they ever really have established themselves, some cases maybe never even had any family, never had any children, that's a real sacrifice. And I view what's going on with these rappers as a form of human sacrifice for the entertainment sector, for the demon that prevails, in my view. And maybe I'm being maybe I'm being figurative, maybe not. But I view that as a form of human sacrifice to the demon that prevails over the entertainment sector.
Black Uru, did you see what I put on the screen? I think you're absolutely correct on your assessment. On the screen, I took pause when I read this earlier. This is from Wikipedia on the definition of drill. And when I read this, what gave me pause was the last word in the sentence. And the last word in the sentence is nihilistic.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. So I think you're spot on. And I define the term for the audience because I don't know how many Black people are familiar with nihilism. And I thought that was kind of like insulting because they're saying this about young black men. I don't even know if they know what that definition is, but that's what it is.
And notice how the industry so favors this particular style of music that it luxuriates in celebrating. They're kind of like they're kind of like the what maybe the mob was, in prior generations, if you will, like during the whole mob movies, the Godfather, all of that, and all of the quote danger or danger, I guess, associated with that, killing, other things. They're now the modern day version of that. Obviously, they're not the mob per se, but that heightened degree of human abandon, of nihilism, it's the same thing. It's fulfilling, in my view, the same purpose. It's the very same reason why The Godfather and Goodfellas and all those kinds of movies enjoyed a particularly favorite status in Hollywood in prior generations. They're fulfilling some of that now. This, like I say, this abandon, this nihilism, this nothing really matters kind of thing.
This is what I put in the chat. It says a doctrine or belief that conditions, because I've been talking about the conditioning in the bell with Pavlov, that conditions in the social organization are so bad as to make destruction desirable for its own sake, independent of any constructive program or possibility. Don't that sound like us? Don't that sound like?
I mean, that's what you see when you got a young man putting himself in the dog kennel.
Come on.
I mean, you know what I mean? You know, when you're just so callous about how you present yourself or how other people will look at you, yeah, sure.
So I'm doing this topic not to glorify drill. Jaydayoungan, that story kind of touched me because I got a 23-year-old, a 24-year-old. He was shot and murdered with his father. And when I did research, it's not a lot. It's not really about Jaydayoungan. It's about the circumstances that create drill. It's about the fact that in the city where he grew up, the median income is $19,000 a year, and the largest employer is Walmart. And I don't know how many people really realize how many blacks live in situations like that. $19,000 a year is the median income, and the biggest employer in the city in which he grew up is Walmart. That's kind of scary. And then once you start to unpack that, then you start to understand the nihilism, the nihilism of why they have this despair, and why you would just and why you would make something that could make you money and get you out of the neighborhood, but they don't do it to make money. They don't do it to get out of the neighborhood. They're doing it from this nihilistic perspective of just for the sake of destruction. Did you hear that part of the interview? He didn't want to rap. The only reason he rapped because of a nihilistic view of life. He could have been rich. They don't even care about dying. It's their condition.
Well, but to be fair though, from what I see, it seems like to me, and it depends on what area you come from. If you're a young black man, well, these days it don't even really appear to matter what area you come from. You're a designated sacrifice. Yep. So when you go into that business, you got a bullseye on you. When you're a young black man, not a young white man or whatever other man, the Asian guy want to be a rapper, I doubt he's going to get killed, for example. But if you're a young black man who go in that business today, you're going into that business under the precepts of the probability that someone is going to make a run at your life.
I agree. The percentages. There's a YouTuber that he's coined the term, and he has a podcast called The Rap Trap. He talked about this 2-3 years ago, and he said it's a rap. He calls it the Rap Trap. This is the Rap Trap. This is before drill. He said, in order to be a popular rapper as a heterosexual black man, you have to do the things that you say in your rap. That's the Rap Trap. In 2022, in order to be a successful rapper from the inner city community, you have to do the things that you say in your rap song. He says, if you do those things, if you do that, you will become popular, but you will also be shot and go.
You will have a very short run.
Correct.
You will have a very short run. Yeah, you're right. You will, and especially if you have a certain charisma, a certain look, a certain sound, or maybe you got a great production team or whatever. Yeah, you'll do well for a couple of years, but you're on a clock.
You're on the clock.
You're definitely on the clock.
Because as soon as you stop doing the things that you rap about, you're no longer popular and viable to the record company because of what you just brought up. Because the record company is selling a certain thing. And as soon as you stop doing the things in your rap.
But it don't even matter if you stop, because nobody can be the fresh-faced killer, but indefinitely.
Correct.
I mean, you were cute being the 19, 20, 21-year-old killer. Don't look quite as good as 35 or 40. So you got to move on for the next fresh-faced killer to come up. That's why you are on the clock.
Yep.
And that's why they foster so much of this strife amongst these young guys, because they like I say, the paradigm is set up to sacrifice those young men. So they almost are like forced into like a gladiator sort of scenario if they're going to get into that business and then stay in that business. And so I just, like I say, I just view it as a modern day form of human sacrifice. And I'm just often appalled at how indifferent everyone has become with respect to that now. I mean, everyone is just indifferent now. It's like a given. It's like expected that the next guy up is eventually going to get killed.
This is where the life insurance is coming in. I think what you're uncovering is something even more sinister, that this young man who was on QC, who a lot of us never even heard of before, he had a big old $100,000 chain on his neck and he signed to $1 billion record company, but he dies before he comes out. You know what that tells me? The record company was able to make a lot of money without investing too much into that, right? Because you know they had.
Well, I mean, from what wasn't there? I thought that there was some scandal referencing to the record companies or whatever taking out big policies on some of the artists. I thought I remember hearing or reading about something like that. So
there was
sure.
There was news. I don't know if it was a scandal, because it's good business practice.
Yeah.
If these guys keep getting killed, I don't think anyone could hold a record company, say anything foul against a record company who signs young black men to millions of dollars worth of contract and they die, and that they have some type of.
Well, but here's the problem: if you essentially have a business model that depends on them dying,
right?
In addition to being conspirators to murder, you're also conspirators to insurance fraud.
So it's kind of like,
in addition to that, which might in some respects be actually worse than the men dying themselves. You know, for certain white people, you know,
it's kind of like Michael Jordan in the Jordan tennis shoes, right? It's one of those things, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, if you make these shoes in this color and at this price, people are gonna die, but that's actually part of.
But that's a part of the business formula,
right?
You know, you calculate that in,
right?
You calculate that into whatever PR costs are associated with that, for example. Well, you know, we're going to suffer X number of, you know, negative news press or whatever. And we, you know, maybe we pay out some money to some stop the violence, not-for-profit kind of thing, you know, pay them $100,000 while we continue to make our billions selling those shoes that they're killing each other for.
And to that effect, drill is profitable now because it doesn't have that negative connotation. And it's the same thing with gangster rap. For a time period, a lot of white people made money off of gangster rap until the tables turned and corporations recognized that they couldn't do business with individuals who were associated with gangster rap, right? And then rap changed.
Well,
right?
I think the biggest problem with gangster rap is a lot of the guys, the biggest purveyors of gangster rap, became smart businessmen. And so they couldn't just profit off, they couldn't profit, for example, as much off of 50 cents. You know, as they would have been before he or his cohort got much smarter about the business aspects of the entertainment world. So I think that was also part of it. I mean, you got rappers now who are very successful, very smart, or, you know, your 40, 45 and up guys. Those guys are pretty smart businessmen. You know, they learned the lessons, unfortunately, because of things that happened to the guys who came before them. They learned the lessons from that and was able to manipulate things in such a way in which they could then profit much more lucratively for their own selves. And you know, any money that they're getting is money that the record labels or the record distributors are not getting. So I think that when you talk about drill as well, you are talking about people who probably are not as, first of all, not as skilled business-wise. They're younger men. They're from much more disparate conditions. I mean, I remember hearing 50 Cent talk about his upbringing. And what was interesting was, even though he did dirt on the streets kind of thing, but I remember hearing him talking about his relationship with his grandfather. And how his grandfather was the patriarch of the family and that sort of thing. So at least he had some foundation of, you know, black men, you know, good black men, solid, hardworking black men. So when he comes into the world and he gets his footing in the entertainment business, he's got some of that stuff to draw on, even though he did the other stuff. Well, a guy half his age or less today, they don't have none of that. They don't have Papa, you know, giving them lessons, right? So they prime for they're primed for human sacrifice. Because I'm always thinking, why you brothers are afraid to live? Why y'all just want to kill each other? What's the point of y'all want to? We all know how this thing's gonna go. A year from now, you're gonna be gone. You're gonna be gone. You're gonna be gone. 2 years from now, your younger brother gonna be gone. I mean, what's the point of it?
That's nihilism. That's nihilism.
You know, I mean, it's beyond just, okay, so you're here. What was the point of you even living? And if the whole point of your life is to die at 21 years old, well, fuck, what was the point of your life prior to that?
They don't have
Why were you ever even here to begin with?
Yep. And that's what they hear from their mama. Their mama that said some shit like that. I should have aborted you. I never should have had you. So that's where the nihilistic view comes from. They don't see worth in blackness. They don't see self-worth at all. But you make a good point with the fact that this has become a business model. What you just explained is why Lil Durk is the #1 rapper.
It's a perfect business model. Because here's the thing. None of them ever sustained themselves long enough to get any real power or any real control, because they're instantly replaced by the next guy up.
And they don't want another 50 Cent. They don't want to share profit.
No, they don't want another 50 Cent of Dr. Dre and them guys. Hell no. Fuck no.
When you said the money that these rappers get is money that they're not getting, you just crystallized why drill is the most popular subgenre.
Exactly.
Because
it's perfect.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
It's absolutely perfect.
I never have to contend with anybody who really knows what the fuck he's doing, because he ain't gonna live long enough to figure that all out.
Right.
You also know, by the way, why they killed Michael Jackson and Prince. You know, that's the sort of the other side of that, where you live so long and accumulate so much power and resource. Well, they got to kill you now. So that's the other side of that story. You know, they sacrifice you on the front end with drill, or they sacrifice you on the back end with Prince and Michael Jackson.
Because they don't want you to have that influence. I saw 50 Cent the other day.
Honestly, when Michael Jackson, think about that, he got a hold of that Beatles catalog. When you think about it, it's kind of amazing he lived as long as he lived. Really. I'm amazed he lived as long as he lived after he got ownership. Because he got ownership of the Beatles. It was all these other like foundational music he got ownership of.
You know,
like you know. And I'm just amazed that he lived as long as he did owning that stuff. They have been trying always in any way possible to get back control of that shit.
Yep. It was Americana. He owned a piece of American history.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, American, but it actually extends beyond America, because the Beatles are British. This was like, you know, he basically owned like the foundation of rock music.
Correct.
Essentially.
Correct.
That's what he basically owned that. And white men, that shit was like a curse.
Yep.
To them. And the fact that he just hoodwinked them the way he did, you know, was just, you know, like I said, I'm amazed he lived as long as he lived after that.
It was this unique knowledge and intelligence that they didn't expect us to have, because no one knew to purchase that. Even Paul McCartney and the people, no one knew to purchase that. But it was because of our oppression that he probably learned about what these things are. He probably learned it.
Well, you know, I'm sure he learned from Berry Gordy
and Joe,
and he had some earlier issues involving family and people of certain persuasions, you know, that had gotten over, and there have been references to such, many references to such, the people of a certain persuasion getting over on black artists. And so I think because of those prior lessons, you know, he took a more preemptive approach to gaining power. But the problem always with black men is you can be very talented, you can be very brilliant, But in most cases, it's going to be you against the world. Because no matter how brilliant you are, you can't fight off. You know, even Hercules at some point is going to get taken out by like 1,000 dudes, right? You know, so, I mean, you reach a certain point where you can't fight off all of the forces that they're going to conspire together to bring against you.
Not alone. Not alone.
Yeah.
Well, did you know I got a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. They got that movie Sing, and in the beginning of the movie, they sing Prince, Let's Go Crazy. It's a cartoon. And I said, baby, did you hear it? My wife is young, so she don't really know the song by heart. I sung the song, and the song goes, I called my baby on the phone. She picked up the phone, dropped it on the floor. It's all
yeah.
That's in the cartoon. That's in the cartoon. My 2-year-old and 5-year-old sing that song.
You gotta be careful, man.
And Sing 2 is with a #1 Netflix cartoon. Prince, Let's Go Crazy opens up the movie.
That's hilarious.
And they don't change.
And no way that would be on there if Prince was still alive.
No way.
And that's the other sad part about Prince, because Prince was very protective of not just the ownership of what he did, but just how it was used. Correct. He was very he was very provident and very restrictive of that. And so the fact that you're hearing that, your children are hearing that proves how. That's one of those. Well, how do you know? You know, how do you know Prince is dead without knowing Prince is dead? You know that because he's on that cartoon or that children program you just referenced. Yeah,
they have,
because that would never happen if Prince was still alive. Never.
They have another one called Motown. And the whole cartoon is a black boy. And the beginning of the song, in the beginning of the cartoon is ABC, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And the whole cartoon is singing all of the Jacksons.
Well, the Jacksons never owned that. That was always Motown. I don't remember who the writers were, but the Jacksons never earned. In fact, that was another reason why they end up leaving Motown, because so much of the great stuff they did early for Motown, they didn't really own any of that. They certainly didn't own the masters, and in most cases they didn't even have songwriter credit. In fact, hell, Smokey Robinson probably got more money off of some of these songs than they did, because in addition to being a great singer, Smokey was also a great songwriter. In fact, you could argue that Smokey might have been a greater songwriter than he was a singer. So Smokey probably, of all of the great artists of Motown, Smokey probably got the most money. Marvin got a little bit towards the end when he started writing and producing his own stuff. Who else? But and Stevie Wonder. They didn't fuck with Stevie Wonder. You know, that was also the reason why Stevie stayed on Motown longer than a lot of other people, because they didn't fuck with Stevie at all. They let Stevie do, you know, produced by Stevie, written by Stevie, performed by Stevie. Stevie. They didn't fuck with Stevie Wonder. Yeah.
I mean, this all is very relevant to the drill and how drill, because drill been around since 2012, 2010, and now it's the most popular subgenre. Mr. Blackwell, shout out Big Bro, he said that, just a fun fact, the likeness of Elvis Presley and Marilyn Monroe is owned by Shaquille O'Neal.
You know, Shaq said, I remember Shaq saying, that's a fairly startling. That's a startling. You think about it, that's a startling bit of information there. That's interesting. That's interesting.
So more. There would never be another Elvis movie without Shaq getting paid, right?
I guess not. Well, they say the likeness, so I don't know if
he got to get paid.
I think what that may mean is like the actual image. I don't know if he owns anything associated with them, but if you have an actual, for example, an authentic photograph of Elvis or an authentic video of Elvis, I guess he would own that. Whether you decide to do a movie about Elvis as long as it doesn't actually use any real authentic Elvis media, I don't know if he could necessarily claim that. But I don't know. I don't know the details about.
I was thinking that if you own the likeness of a person, if someone dresses up like Elvis to make money, right?
See, I don't think it works that way.
Oh, okay,
I think with likeness, you're talking about an authentic replication of that person's actual image, you know, or something close to it. I don't know if simply because you do a movie that features a character, you know, pretending to be Elvis, I don't know if it works that same way. At least that hasn't been my observation. I've dealt to some degree with that sort of thing, but I haven't really gotten too far into it. So
just very quickly, as you were talking, I did look. So you're right. What I found very quickly was about photographs and memorabilia.
Yeah.
It didn't get into like, because I was thinking like
Yeah.
the people on Vegas Strip, do they have to pay Shaq, or if someone owns the likeness, does that affect the impersonator?
Yeah.
You know,
See, I don't know if it affects the impersonator. I think I guess my question would be in terms of like likeness, you know, like does that include like any sort of particular specialty like uniforms that was associated with Elvis?
Right? Like that's got to be popular on Halloween.
You know, that's a question I would have because Elvis in particular had particular sort of unique kind of outfits and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I wonder to what degree that would be considered a part of his actual likeness. I don't know.
Right. Like, is the hair that Buffon and Marilyn Monroe and the white dress and the blonde, does he own that costume? Like the quintessential Marilyn Monroe that when everyone sees that
that's a great question. That's a great question. I mean, certainly I would think anything, you know, you have what you call Graceland and all that. I mean, I'm sure I guess he owns some part of whatever is revenue that's generated from Graceland. I would assume that he's definitely getting money from there, you know, because I mean, you're going to have actual authentic Elvis media in Graceland, so I'm sure he's getting some substantial revenue from that. But yeah, so we'll see how. I don't know. You know, Shaq's probably made enough friends with the right people because sometimes because also what's going on, some of these people are in protected positions. Correct. And they're protected by white men, let's be real. So to some degree, they're able to operate without, you know, the sword of Damocles hanging over their head per se.
That makes me think about Kobe. I mean, you're able to do that as long as you conform. And that was one of the things that that's why we don't talk about Kobe, because Kobe wouldn't conform. Kobe was trying to do something that they told him not to do. He wanted to start a league in China. He wanted to do other things, and they told him no. He's lost his protection.
Yeah, I mean, if he had made some sort of deal with China, he probably would have. He could have possibly even not necessarily usurped the NBA, but he definitely could have maybe created some sort of competitive situation against the NBA.
Oh yeah, that was his goal. Yeah. That was his goal. Yeah. That was going to happen, and that probably will still happen. It just won't have a black man running it, right? And that was the problem. He was not supposed to be the one to do that, right?
Well, but don't be surprised if you don't see LeBron James do that, because
correct.
If you recall, he kind of stood up for China when that thing went down with Daryl Morey criticizing the whole Taiwan issue, criticizing China for the Taiwan issue, and LeBron made a point of basically checking him on that. That seems like to me something like, you know, he's cooking some deal with China.
Yep, I remember that. That seemed very odd to me because he spoke out as if he was Chinese.
Because it was out of nowhere.
And this was a white man, right? An American. And here you are speaking as a black man on the side of a country that's not really on our side right now. It was very odd. It was very odd. And he came out very quickly and he came out very strong. And the coach backed off. It really showed like the dynamic between black men and white men on a global scale, what this blackness and whiteness means. Because this is very similar to the Terrell Owens thing I did the other day, where that white man thought he was privy to a certain privilege. Then it was checked by a black man. That was some chess right there. On a global level, LeBron James' comment shut that all the way down. That conversation ended after LeBron James' comment. I remember that. And that white man felt empowered to have that. He thought he was doing something patriotic from a leadership standpoint. And that's not how it was received.
Well, I mean, in fact, in the way that he got chin checked, you know, where you, like I say, LeBron sort of out of nowhere, checking him on that was very odd.
Yes.
That could only mean that some sort of higher level kind of business dealings were going on somewhere. You know, because he made a point, and he was actually disrespectful towards him, even in the way in which he checked him.
Yes, he was.
He basically essentially said, "Shut your mouth up! You don't know what the fuck you're talking about."
Yes.
I mean, he didn't use those words, but that's what he basically said.
As a black man to a white man on a global scale, and this white man is a leader in America, a coach, and globally. LeBron James' word is what was taken.
And he was towing the Democratic whatever party line with the whole, you know, we must protect Taiwan deal. So, like I say, the fact that LeBron did what he did and the way he did it definitely suggests that he was there was some sort of Games of Thrones kind of thing going on in the background with China, for sure.
Definitely some geopolitical things going on. And I can see LeBron James heading up that Chinese version of the NBA, most definitely with the proper backing and the proper support from certain Caucasian individuals. So I agree. That's definitely coming because it's what Kobe was saying. And the reason why Kobe wanted to do it is because it's like the #1 thing in China. It makes sense. They love black men in basketball. So it only makes sense that this happens.
Well, what about like what's his name? Starberry went over there and kind of reinvigorated his life in China. You know, Stephon Marbury, reinvigorated his life in China. And you've had some other athletes do the same. So I mean, you know, just given the number and given the money and how even just the overall shift of global power and money, and eventually military or whatever is shifting towards China, especially given its connection or alliance with Russia. You know, I think black men in particular are gonna, when we talk about quote SYSBM, I think we have to look at that beyond just whatever chick we get with. Some of us may want to actually really start to re-envision where would be the best place for us to live.
Global positioning.
Yeah.
Global positioning.
You know, I think we're a little bit too sweet on being here. You know, I wouldn't necessarily advise, you know, us to get rid of our citizenship. Although, I don't know, maybe our sons or grandsons or great-grandsons might even feel differently about that. But I wouldn't necessarily make the argument right now that we should give up our citizenship. But definitely think in terms of where we reside, I think we should become much more comfortable not having to actually reside here, at least, you know, 100% of the time. I think we should become practiced at living elsewhere, and the best way to do it is to introduce that to our sons, our nephews, you know, grandsons, even just very early in life, where don't get too comfortable being here, son. You need to become comfortable living in Nigeria, for example, if it makes sense for you to live there, or you need to be comfortable living in I don't know, Tel Aviv, you know, if it makes sense for you to live there. or you need to be comfortable living in, you know, Colombia, if it makes sense for you to be there, and that's going to require you to be more flexible in what you think you need in terms of like creature comforts, life, because a lot of this is, you know, us becoming inured in the particular set of creature comforts associated with being in this country. You know, everything from just the convenience of maybe food, or certainly utilities, certainly water. In some cases, that is more of a issue, if you will. So, so there are a lot of comforts with being an American, but it comes at a price, and the price of that is increasing. It's starting to increase substantially.
Especially for black men.
Yeah,
Especially for black men.
yeah,
The benefits are the benefits of us leaving are outweighing the benefits of us staying.
yeah.
And you can hear it in the conversation and on the panel every morning. Like
Hmm.
slowly people are coming to that. And what will happen is it will trickle down. Some of us may be stuck at our older ages, but this conversation trickles down to younger men. It's the same thing that's happening with LeBron
Well,
James
how
too.
many, like with the young drill, how much of this is those young men not even given a chance to see the world and broaden their perspective about what their lives could mean? You know, how much of it is just that they're so locked in to this do or die scenario on the south side of Chicago or whatever, that, you know, you get them away from that environment some early enough in their life, and they realize maybe how much more potential there is to their lives, and how frivolous it is for them, how nonsensical it is that you should just throw your life away
Chief Keef,
like that.
Chief Keef, one of the leaders and creators, moved to LA 10 years ago. He probably gonna die an old man.
Hmm.
When people ask him, he say, "I don't need to go back to Chicago." He said, I don't want to die. I don't want to shoot nobody. I want to have fun with the money that I made. Why would I
Hey,
go to
a lot of these people who created these gangs and did all this drug dealing in the in you know, coming up in the 80s and stuff, a lot of them lived to be older men, ironically, while a whole lot of men around them, and the men around them were dying at 17, 18, 19, 20 years old.
Come on, man. How come we can't learn from Chief Keef? Chief
Yeah,
Keef is still here. He does not live in Chicago. He does not feel pressure to go and visit Chicago. He lives in Los Angeles. He lives a great life. He
because
said,
he found an actual reason to live.
correct. When he got
Now, I
that
don't know what
money,
it is. Maybe he found some woman, or,
no,
you
when he
know,
got the
maybe
money,
family.
it did. It's the one thing that can. When I talked about Pavlov and Skinner, and the one way to cure you from the conditioning of the Skinner box is something that they call extinction. And I use the
Mm.
example of Wallow 267 and Gilly the Kid. Gilly the Kid, Wallow, Wallow went to jail for 20 years. And when Wallow came out, he helped Gilly create this $1 million company. Gilly said one day I asked Wallow after 10 years, cuz, do you think you was ready to come home? Wallow said, no, I needed the whole 20 because
Mm.
Wallow was conditioned to be a certain way. What he explained is the first 10 helped me break the conditioning. But the reason why I'm successful now is the second 10 is I reconditioned myself to the person I am now. What I hate about black men, even though it's true what they're saying, is you don't actually have to go to prison to break the conditioning. What you need to do is perform what they call in psychology extinction. That's removing the rat from the box and putting the rat in a box that has adequate warmth and food. What happened with Chief Keef is he got removed out of the box. And when they gave him $15 million and put him in LA, he was able to successfully perform extinction. He removed all the stimuli. So his behavior changed. This is why I even brought up the example of Skinner and Pavlov, because there's a solution. And young black men, some black men come off from prison who have experienced extinction and they're better. But all it is that you were removed from that box where you were not giving adequate love and support on a regular basis. And the psychologist knew that you would act out crazy. When Chief Keef got put in a different circumstance, he started behaving differently. They knew that. Skinner told them that. That's what the ghetto was created in the Nazis for the Jews. They knew how we act when they put us in that box. As soon as you take Chief Keef out the box, Chief Keef is not different than any other human. If you put him and give him warmth and love, he's going to act normal. That's what he's doing in LA.
How, now, what happened? Because was he forced out of it, or was he? Because I mean, all of them could choose or attempt to choose to leave that box. So what was unique about him compared to the others?
So it's the same thing with NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy and Chief Keef mean a lot of money to certain record companies, so they protected them. NBA Youngboy would be dead, I believe, but the record company put him in Utah. He's in a multi-million-dollar mansion in Utah, and and they hired lawyers, and his parole is in that mansion because the mansion is $10 million. That's his residence in Utah. So when he got probation, he could never leave Utah. They did the same thing with Chief Keef. Chief Keef, they gave him a mansion in LA. That became his residence. So every time Chief Keef is arrested and on probation, he has to be in that LA mansion.
Okay.
They have been protected by record companies. NBA Youngboy lives in Utah in a mansion. His residence on his driver's license is in Utah. He would get killed if he went back to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He can never go back to Baton Rouge, Louisiana because of the contract he signed with the record company. You live in Utah. That's where you live. When you get on probation, you're on ankle monitor, Utah. No one from Louisiana is coming to Utah. They are
that's the other thing that's interesting, how they don't necessarily travel. I don't know, maybe it's like, once you leave, as long as you're not, I guess, intruding in this particular environment,
you're not an op anymore. You're not an op anymore. If you're not in the hood, then you're not an op anymore. You're not respected.
Okay.
You're not an
so
op.
you're already effectively dead. Right.
Correct.
Okay. That makes sense. Because that is interesting how, like you say, when they leave, very often when they leave, they don't really follow them, but like you said, they're no longer perceived to be an actual threat to things, just stay your ass over that nigga, that kind of thing,
Right. That's what it is.
Yeah, that is interesting. But like I say, it's a very sad. It's like it's almost like a factory of death.
Correct.
Where it's like it's a sort of set standard process where we're gonna use this particular sub culture of people to gin up a whole lot of excitement, hyper masculine excitement for this business, and we're all going to get excited about. We're all going to enjoy seeing it. It's a horror film where you get to see just the most horrific things happen, but you have the whole protected thing of not actually being in the horror film.
It's a car crash. It's blood on the highway. It's a car crash. It's blood on the highway. It
kind of, what they do kind of serves that titillation factor. Of course, the girls are getting wet. All the women are getting wet because most of them have been raised to essentially be hybristophilic and be turned on by malice, murder, and mayhem. So it's kind of a perfect, like I say, source of fueling that particular industry.
It's not the first time. Because I'm old enough to remember the crime bill in the 90s and when they did this before. You know what I always want to talk about, but the young people miss it, is that I remember when Ice-T and Scarface and Ice Cube got together and made a song and tried to fight the record companies from changing the music to gangster rap. Because when I first started buying hip hop in a record store and buying albums, they did not have gangster rap. And I remember when they put gangster rap in Tower Records, it was a card. No one black ever called it gangster rap. We don't.
No.
It was a call. You had R&B, you had soul, and all of a sudden, white people called what Ice Cube did gangster rap. And I remember Ice-T and Ice Cube said, you don't call Bruce Willis a gangster actor. You don't call Arnold Schwarzenegger a gangster actor. They do the same things as I do, except I do music.
Well, much worse, because in their films, you actually see them put a hole in someone else's head.
And people forget that black men were intelligent enough to understand that if you change the genre to gangster rap, that will result in violence against black men. That's not what we want. That's not what we do. Why would you change our music? I don't call myself a gangster. I don't rap gangster rap. Why would the white record company?
Well, and it also allowed them to basically ghettoize all the young black men in the industry.
Yep.
It was a perfect way to do that, and to effectively pit them against each other. Because nigga, you either gangster or you ain't. Right.
And we lost that fight. Ice-T, we lost that fight because no one. I remember my mama didn't listen to hip hop that much. I remember going to my mother and the older blacks, but this is when people were stepping on CDs and they wouldn't listen to me. I'm like, hey, this is important. We can't let record companies call what we do gangster rap. And guess what? See the Lourdes Tucker, all of the baby boomers said, "Fuck y'all."
Yeah,
they said, "Fuck y'all." We don't care.
They did.
We don't care.
And they to a large extent use gynocentrism to do it because they were able to use the lyrics that were made about females. So that was like a perfect way to. It basically created a perfect wedge issue, a generational wedge issue, and also it created a generational wedge issue, and it also created a gender wedge issue. Perfect. At the time, you're talking about second wave coming into third wave feminism as well. So it was like a perfect. Really, the rapper was like the perfect supervillain in the modern era.
Remember the
just
term,
the perfect supervillain.
Hyper masculinity. That's what they called us, right? Like it was something wrong with it. And without gangster rap, you don't get the super predator term, and you don't get the 93 crime bill. So with drill music, you're setting us up again. You got drill music popularized, right? And then you can characterize these men as these nihilistic individuals. And like Biden said in 93, at this point, if they are nihilists, I don't care how they got that way. Remember when Biden said that? He said, I admit the society may have failed them, but because they have become nihilistic in their view, we can't care anymore how they got that way. We just got to put them away.
And when you say you don't care how they got that way, that also means that you're not going to make any investment at all to prevent the creation of new versions of them.
No, that's why we're
because for every one of those dollars they were spending on that crime bill, they were taken out of Head Start programs or after school programs or reading, whatever. So all the formula, we know that once a black boy, once he gets in, let's say 5th grade or whatever, and can't read, we know there's a plus 80% chance that he gonna catch a felony.
Correct.
I mean, they know that,
But they're gangsters, right? They're predators, so we can lock them up because
because it don't matter that we failed them on the front end. It don't matter.
You allowed us to call them gangsters, even though they were just marginalized children. Most of these guys were 17, under 18, but you allowed us to call them gangsters and super predators. So who doesn't want a gangster to go to jail? Gangsters should go to jail, right? We were never called kids, Black Uru. We were never called kids. No, y'all gangsters. Y'all go to prison for 25 years.
Or the more maybe somewhat more convenient term they use, because it's a little more a little less specific, thugs. Thugs is a perfect term, because really thug could mean I'm just out, walking around with my hat turned back. You look like a bug. Thug became like a perfect way to condemn somebody, to just largely even just based on the look of a young black man. You look like a thug. That's what you would often hear, for example. So you were being attributed some very negative attributes that don't have anything to do with how you actually operate your life, other than the fact that you just happen to, wear your pants a certain way or wear your hat a certain way, you look like a bug.
And that's where the Pookie and Ray Ray shit come from, the black manosphere, because the thug was
and,
made.
and that to me has been the dumbest.
Yep. Because the thug was made attractive. The thug was made attractive. Black women, if you ask them right now on the downtown city walk, do you want a guy in a business suit or you want a thug? What they say, we like the thugs. We want the thugs. The thug became synonymous with being an attractive black male. If you were not a thug, then you might as well just jump off a fucking building or go date a white woman, because you're not going to be respected by your own mother. That's what I learned.
And the ultimate versions. In the ultimate version.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, and the ultimate versions of those guys are the guys just willing to just kill each other for no reason. The drill guys. They're the ultimate examples of those men that they desire, because they are the, hyper is not even really the proper adjective to use. The ultra, super, whatever, masculine or whatever, where you're just so hyped up on shit that you're just willing to kill or die.
Demon time.
Yeah. I've heard that phrase. I guess that's what that means. Yeah. So there, when you think about hip hop now, it's like either this nostalgic stuff of like guys who, like I say, you got your Snoop Dogg and your 50 Cent or whatever crowd doing very well, appearing in movies, all that type of stuff, Ice Cube, or you got guys on kamikaze missions. Either or. That's the range for black men in the hip hop business. You either plus 40 and you got an investment portfolio and you appear on daytime talk shows, or you killing each other on the streets.
Or Martha Stewart, right?
Yeah, Martha Stewart, right.
Literally, you have a show with Martha Stewart. But Snoop had a murder charge. Snoop, when he got put through this gauntlet also. Before he became Snoop, he got a murder charge. That was on his first album in Death Row. He almost didn't become this person.
I think the only reason he got past that was because of that indirect connection to Iovine. I think that's the only way.
Jimmy Iovine.
Yeah. I think that's the only reason he got past that. Because they said let him through. Let that one through. That's what I honestly think will happen there. Let that
just
one
like
through.
Chief Keef and just like NBA Youngboy, he was chosen because his bodyguard did kill somebody. And for all,
no, he wetted some guy. Clearly.
Yeah.
At the very least, he was supposed to catch a conspiracy. At the very least.
At the very least, he was supposed to, but everybody went home.
Yes, but everybody had to go home. You could not convict the bodyguard, and he's protecting Snoop.
Correct. And I don't think the bodyguard did it. I think Snoop did it and gave him a gun. And the bodyguard, because Suge was so influential, the bodyguard took the charge.
Well, and it's easier to blame it's easier for the well, first of all, they got the money, first of all. But also, and whatever power. Also, if I'm his bodyguard, it's much easier for me to make the argument that I was protecting my client.
Correct.
Deadly force it's easier to justify the bodyguard killing him than Snoop killing him. Much easier to do that. Yeah.
Correct.
So it was a perfect kind of setup there. But everybody had to go get off, because you can't. Had to go free. You can't make him a murderer, and he did it for this other guy, and he not somehow be implicated too. So
playing basketball in the hood, he just signed a $3 million contract, just bought a $3 million house, and he's playing basketball in the hood.
Yeah. That is what it is. Yeah.
With a limo. He drove the limo.
No, that was Iovine, because remember, this was Doggy Style, and that the epic Dr. Dre masterpiece, and so no, they weren't gonna,
It's a $1 billion entity at that time. This is a $1 billion company. People forget, Death Row was a $1 billion record company At its
Yeah,
height,
Death Row. I mean, you know, too bad that there wasn't. Honestly, to be honest, too bad somebody um, didn't handle Suge the way he should have been handled. Too bad there weren't some men around, other men around to say, dude, this is a business that goes beyond your ego.
well, now
Because if you handle that, you don't lose. If you handle that the right way, you don't lose Dre, all that stuff.
well, you got it back now. Snoop and
Yeah.
his son made a bunch of money in the NFTs, and they bought Death Row. So that is that's very powerful that Snoop owns Death Row, because it's akin to what we're talking about with the Prince catalog and the Michael Jackson catalog. When he bought Death Row, he took all the music off of Pandora and Apple Music. I can't even listen to any of those songs. Before he bought it, I could go to a Death Row
Good for
station
him.
on my cell phone. That Death Row station is gone now.
Good for him.
Good
You
for
know,
him.
now you know it's got to be real business, and hopefully, whatever artists, you know, the ones that are still alive. Obviously, Tupac's gone, but hopefully, either the artists or their heirs can get their fair shake of what comes of that going forward. You know, in terms of whatever. Hopefully, whatever deal they had that was decent. Hopefully, you know, as an artist or as you know, songwriters or maybe co-publishers or whatever, you know, hopefully they get some fair share of whatever revenues being generated from those works.
I agree.
You know, because a lot of them, and I mean, because you know, a lot of that music that Dre, you know, you had those samples. You had samples from a lot of you know, the
Parliament.
Dramatics. You know, just prior generations of great musicians, great singers and performers. So, like I say, hopefully they get their decent share of that.
They bought an old record company. What was the old record company? Because Dad said they bought this famous old black record company. That's what Death Row was built on, and they would be re-recording over some of those old masters.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the record company, but they bought an old black record company, and that's what Death Row, because it was that guy. It was Harry O. It was Harry O's brainchild, right?
Okay.
That they stole from him. Jimmy and Suge stole it from him, but it was Harry O's brain. Harry O also got his money back too. What I understand with Suge, that somehow it got worked out that he got his piece. But in the beginning, the company was set up by Harry O and Jimmy. Jimmy was Harry O's lawyer.
Okay.
And Suge was the front man. And Harry O went to prison for all that time. And that's what.
Yeah, I remember seeing that on the documentary. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah,
and that's how Suge came to power. And they had a phone.
Yeah, I you know, let me put it this way: if those were like Italian dudes or Jewish dudes, Suge would have got handled long before. My brother, he would have got handled, man. He would have got handled.
And that Biggie shit never would have happened. That was him. No. That was him spiraling out of control. That Biggie shit.
That type of business was supposed to be settled and true and be totally keep it 100 all the way funky. Dre, one of those guys, was supposed to handle it.
Yep.
You know, like just keeping it all the way funky. One of them was supposed to handle it. Because everybody talking about their gangsters, right?
Yep.
Right?
That goes back to
Bloods or they Crips or whatever, you know.
But they were not nihilists. You know?
Well, I'm just saying you ain't got to be a nihilist. You know, the Italians handle business with each other all the time like that. And then the money kept on flowing.
Yep.
Okay, he's a problem. He's a bottleneck in this particular system. He's got to go. I know he's a boss. I know he's a capo or whatever. It's a problem now with the business. He's got to go. Because all you got to do is watch an episode of The Sopranos. And one minute they all friends, they all making money together. Oh, he's ran into a problem. His whatever is running her mouth too much. What they call the girlfriends, you know, and what they call whatever. You know, so he got to go.
Yeah.
You know, or he left his wife. You know, you can't leave your wife because she gonna run her mouth. Well, that's a problem. He's got to go.
That's it.
It's the only business. It's not even really personal. They made it too personal.
Because what ended up happening is we lost $2 billion companies. If you think about what Black Uru was saying to people listening, we lost Bad Boy and we lost Death Row. Both of these were billion-dollar businesses. And what Black Uru was saying, if it was Irish, or if it was Italians or Jews, we wouldn't have lost those two companies.
Oh yeah, no.
Just
Snoop
because we
would
had
got handled. Snoop would have got handled long before it got to all that prancing around and all that stuff he was doing. That was way out of order. Way out of order.
And nothing is left. No Limit.
Yeah.
Bad
Yeah,
Boy,
it's all burned to the ground. Everybody else gets to pick the bones from it. And, you know, I mean, like I say, hopefully, you know, Snoop can do something with it, you know, but.
Black Uru, I would argue that if we had those companies, then we wouldn't have this drill music issue.
Maybe, I mean, look, maybe you would have more, because to be fair, those were all talented men, genuinely talented men. Snoop, Dre, obviously Tupac,
Biggie.
Those were all talented men. So you couldn't just grab some guy up off the streets and put a camera in front of him and have him say all kinds of crazy shit with a certain type of beat behind him. So I think if to the extent that the quality of music was going to be maintained, then I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree.
I just think that with Black record companies and CEOs and the way the music would have progressed, the way Pac was headed with Machiavelli and him coming back, I don't think you have drill. If you have Tupac alive and 45 years old, you don't have drill because you have these elder statesmen to speak to these young men about what is a possibility in the cure to nihilism. Because if Pac is alive and talking to you, he's giving you a future. He's giving you why you should believe something else. That's what his music did. But when you take that away, then you had that nihilism sit in. Like you don't like he had to go. Pac couldn't be 40 years old and be in the Black manosphere. He would be too influential. Right? So if you have Death Row today, if you have a Bad Boy today, if you have a No Limit Records with a Master P as a CEO, with the Sean Puffy Combs as a CEO, I think you have a very different hip hop. You have and it's a reason why they keep Master P and these individuals from that era out of the music and say they're corny. Because Master P said it, he tried to help Kodak Black. He said, they don't want me to be friends with the young rappers. I tried to sit down with Kodak Black and teach him everything I knew.
No, they don't want him to be friends with him, man. They'd be friends. The guy would have to be able to keep too much of his own money and shit.
Yes. And that was sad. Kodak Black and Master P was working together, and all of a sudden it turned into where Kodak Black was about to be like trying to drill, and Master P backed off. He was like, look, I'm not in that drill. I don't want to be in the gun or nothing. That if you don't want to be my friend, homie, cool. Go your way, I'll go my way. But we're not gonna do that young people stuff. Master P said, fine, you don't want to be my friend, fine. We're not gonna do that young people stuff. And Kodak Black went on his way, but he did not get the knowledge. Look at him now. He's in an altercation with an old artist. This artist may take over his popularity. If he would have listened to Master P, this guy would be still signed to your record label.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, and that's, you know, again, a lot of this is the degrees of separation from having any man in their lives that they feel to some degree subordinate to.
Right.
You know, like you say, like a Master P, 50 Cent or whatever, they one or two generations from a Papa or, you know, Uncle Frank, or, you know what I'm saying? They close enough to actually having to listen to men at some points in their lives, right? Like real men, not just some motherfucker running around shooting his mouth off. Some guy who had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work, kind of thing. You know, they're close enough to have seen those kind of guys, you know, some uncle or whatever, where you realize a lot of this just prancing around and putting tattoos all over your face, and that's crazy. You know, so I just think it's always going to be. I think it's just going to be very difficult to reach a lot of those guys. Very difficult. You know, just sad, but it's just going to be very difficult.
I agree. I mean, like what like KP from KC5 just said, Kodak Black is a gynocracy raised boy. The gynocracy is a big factor in drill. Like one of the things why I wanted to show that video today, because a lot of people pick on Chicago, and the #1 drill scene in the world is in the United Kingdom. Those guys are over there stabbing each other. And I was surprised to find out that the biggest drill scene is in the UK. But it's not just a Chicago phenomenon. It has a lot to do with geopolitics, the topics we've been discussing lately. Drill exists in every major city in America, and it's the biggest in the UK. And it's because of what we're going, it's because of the circumstances on the ground in the entire globe, to where drill is even in the UK. Florida, I said someone murdered in Florida, Texas, California, New York. All of these young men are under the age of 30, all from single parent homes, all in the inner city, all in the gang. There's a recipe. There's a recipe. This is not by accident. This is not black boys being prone to violence. That's why I brought up Skinner and Pavlov. There's a recipe to this violence. That's why me and Ragnarok just had that conversation about white men and young white boys in the UK doing drill. Because now they're growing up in disenfranchised homes. They lack they're in the Skinner box now. The young white male is in the Skinner box, but the young white male has access to more guns. That's what me and Ragnarok was talking about. White people are the most armed people in the globe, white people in America. So what happens when you break up the white family, you take out the white father, and you have white boys growing up like the black boys in Chicago in single parent welfare homes with gynocratic mothers, and they want to act out violently, but they have access to way more guns. They do way more.
They're much more entitled just by acculturation than black boys are. So they really are. You talking about nihilism?
18-year-old white guy goes to Buffalo 3 or 4 times to do that shooting. He's supposed to be dating the most beautiful white woman in America. He's 18. He could have sex 5 times a day. You're not fucking a beautiful 18-year-old white woman. Do you know why? That's what never got unpacked about that Buffalo guy. Why was it that he was an attractive young white man? Why was he not getting pussy? Why did he not have a good job driving a truck or a Mustang? That's what he's supposed to be doing, living an American life, right? He didn't. He didn't have a father. His mom was on welfare. He didn't have an education, and he didn't see a future. So fuck these niggas. And he even put nigga on the gun because it's their fault. I'm gonna go kill me some black people. At 18, he made up his mind to do this. That's extremely powerful.
Although the sad part is, it definitely ain't the black people that put him in that position. Which that's the part that's always kind of weird about, that. Like, black people are like the furthest from being possibly responsible.
Right. We the least of your worries. We are the least of your worries.
It's the folks y'all grew up looking up to that sold y'all out, Those are the ones who really, like I say, especially the your mamas and all them who really did that deed. But
God forbid he turn a gun on a white woman, right? And really understand why he is disenfranchised. The same thing with young black men. Young black men are afraid to point the finger at the black woman who put them in the position. Now you have young white men suffering the same thing. And they're blue pill in nature. They don't realize it's that their mother put them in this position by divorcing their father and not being faithful and not doing what their grandmother did. Right? They're blue pill in nature too. They don't get that the white mother has put them in this position. The young black boy doing drill, he would kill for his mother. Did you see that thing the other day where that black boy came to McDonald's and killed somebody over his mama cold French fries?
That was crazy. That
Black, that's not, come on, that's not a joke. That really happened.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you think well, What's also going to contribute to, I think, is really increase in class division or class striation, because at a certain point you're gonna have people deciding, I ain't going to no McDonald's. you know, I mean, because if that's the quality of person who is going to regularly, attend McDonald's, I'm not going to be in a McDonald's. If that's the kind of insane type of people who frequent that establishment.
And black.
So I think at some point there's going to be more class separation because of this kind of stuff.
I agree. And black women got to start getting punished, because if you ask me, she pulled the trigger. She pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger. What do you mean perfect? She knew she had a gun in that guard dog, because I've been that guard dog. And she knew that she could pull the trigger at any time, at anywhere. If you fuck with me, I'm going to pull the trigger and my son will show up and he will shoot someone. That's akin to her having a gun, having that guard dog, having that nihilistic black boy that you could call at the drop of a hat to even come to a McDonald's and he would bring a gun and shoot. She pulled the trigger that day. She created and weaponized her son, and she pulled the trigger. That has to be discussed. That's not racist. That's not me hating black women. That's me being honest about the circumstances that black women weaponized their children, and she pulled the trigger that day. And she should go to jail for pulling that trigger. That was drill at its finest.
Yeah, I mean that's the ultimate mission. Like I say, either death or suicide. Kamikaze mission. That's the thing that gets me, is how they're just willing to just throw everything away. It's almost like they don't even really see that they're throwing everything away in the moment's notice.
That's why
the guy who got killed in some bodega, step into some guy who, because of something over some, what was it, potato chips, or what was that? Are you familiar with that other story where woman goes to a store to buy some potato chips or something with with her daughter? She's using the EBT card. The transaction was declined. So she couldn't process the payment. I think it was a black woman, obviously black child. I think it was like a Latino store operator. So he's like, well, it's declined, ma'am. She tries to compel him to process the payment. The payment still can't go through. So she leaves and then comes back with this dude. He confronts the Latino store operator. I guess it's in New York. Guy defending himself with a knife, stabs the black man in the chest, kills him over potato chips.
And their EBT card
yeah,
was legitimately not working. She basically wanted the chips for free.
I mean, and here's the thing: you went and got a whole man. He couldn't come up with a couple of bucks for the potato chips.
Nope.
That
goes back to the cold fries. Your son came with a gun and shot somebody for cold fries. He couldn't just bought you on the app. The fries are $1. McDonald's French fries you get a large fries for $1 once a week if you got the app. So you make a soda's $1. What you need to shoot somebody for? What perspective? What? It's the psyche. It's not only the psyche of the boy. It's the psyche of the mom who created that boy. Who can make that decision to be like, oh, okay, mama, they gave you cold fries, I'm gonna come up there and shoot them.
I'm just always amazed at how, you could live, all this time, and then just your life, you just throw your life away or throw your child's life away over nothing. This, again, what was the point of you raising that child for 18 years? What was the point of that if all of it was for it to end with him going to prison because of some cold French fries? What was the point of the 20 whatever odd years prior to that moment in time? What was the point of that?
I think you mentioned that earlier, Black Uru. I think that's a theme of the show. What is the point of your life if you just gonna be a drill rapper at 21? If you just gonna, what is the point? Why live? You said that earlier. I want the young man to really, because I know they might not like the way we discuss this shit, but really ask yourself, why are you here, bro? Why get up? Yesterday I talked about drive on Selfish Thursdays. This is what I be getting at about young Black men and what are you driven to do? Where's your drive? I get it. I'm with you, Black Uru. Why? Why didn't you not just have an abortion if you're not gonna teach them anything, any redeeming quality? I talked about before about the term enrichment. Black boys don't just need to know how to read and write and math. Black boys need enrichment to become, you know, good character, good men. You need to do enriching things outside of school.
Well, I've said before, women want to live. Men want a reason to live.
And they don't have, that's what nihilism, that's what this is, the drill. They don't have a reason to live. That's the definition, right? They don't have a reason to live.
And that's why in this particular world, and especially this gynocratic world, it's easier for, in my view, Black women to succeed than Black men because, a woman, she gets to doll herself up, enjoy creature comforts of life. She's good. A man can have a whole lot of things, but if he don't have a reason to live, he gets very self-destructive or destructive towards other people. And that's why you have men that are much more inclined to kill themselves.
I agree. What's up, KP? KP from KC5 just joined the panel. You got a link for me, KP? KP is like a 007 panelist. KP will join the panel with a very powerful link or some very powerful information, and then he'll slide back to the chat. You know what I'm saying? This is 007 KP from KC5. What you got, KP? You got something powerful for me? What you got?
What's up, man? I got something powerful. Give me a second.
All right, I knew you did. Thank you for joining. KP be coming with the fire clips. But I wanted to just do today's show because I don't know how many, like Mr. Blackwell right now is doing some research. If Mr. Blackwell is a member of 5.0 and a supporter of the show, thank you, big brother. He lives out of the country, SYSBM, 100% all day, every day. I'm really blessed and impressed that you watch my content. And I wanted to do the show from this perspective because I don't know how many people really know what drill is at our age level, right? So they call us old niggas, right? So I wanted to define what drill is and the impacts of drill for the grown men in the Black manosphere space so that we can speak intelligently about it when we're talking to our nephews and stuff like that, so we could understand it. So now Mr. Blackwell has listened to several songs and now he's doing his research on drill. And we get an understanding as Black men, not from the liberal media of what drill is, because you may not get this understanding from the liberal media. This is a Black manosphere perspective on drill. So that's why I wanted to do the topic today, to let people know, because some of us might be like, oh, these Black boys is doing this and doing that. No, this young Black boy and these Black men doing drill live in cities where the median income is $19,000. Shit, bro. Do y'all know, living in San Francisco, Chicago, do y'all know what $19,000 is? $19,000 ain't shit. I don't know nothing that my family got in San Francisco that's $19,000. It's not no money. It's just not no money. And I'm not bragging. San Francisco, Chicago, Dallas, we talking about wealthy, elite Black. This is where I grew up with my family. And the number one, this shit hurt. This is the part that really hurt. Because I don't know why you would live there. I don't know. None of the Black women in my family would never fuck a nigga from there and never even drive through this town. The number one employer in Tuscaloosa, Louisiana is Walmart. That don't even seem like a reality. How could that be in America? We the first country. How could the number one, Louisiana is like a major state. 19,000. That's but poverty. And the number one employer is Walmart. What if the Walmart shut down? Everybody dies in that city. That's not a viable way to run an American city. What if the Walmart shuts down? Right now, Walmart is not able to keep stock on the shelf. Walmart in that city is probably firing people. It's going to be more violence because there's nowhere to work. If the only place to work is Walmart and there's food shortages, Walmart don't need as many people stocking at night. What are all the people in that city going to do? Can't say 250 a week. That's less than they gave you on EDD. They gave you 600 a week on EDD. I can't believe in 2022 that the median income in American city, $19,000, bro. That's where drill is coming from.
Well, perfect. The training that they getting, basically what you see every time you go to places like is people that are really not trained. They're barely even functional as adults. Tell me if that's the truth or not.
KP, you gonna get me? I'm not answering that. What you talking about?
Man, this is Black Manosphere, dog. We've been telling the truth to these women for a long time. Hey, dog, let me just say this, bro. So
Man, he said,
I was at my family reunion about a month ago, 4th of July weekend. So they have everybody get up and speak from whichever family section that they represented. One of my cousins, she had just graduated, and guess what the degree was in? Uru, perfect. What was the degree in? Tell me what the degree was in.
Social worker.
Sociology, baby. Got an associate's degree in sociology.
How much debt? Oh my God.
I don't know. All that to make 40 grand, I guess. I don't know.
All that to make 40 grand. If you get the job.
Yeah, if you get the job.
Because everyone is going to school for that same, because it's a lot of competition.
Yeah. Did you see the FAMU graduate posing naked?
No.
I'm about to find the link, man. Just give me a second. Look at the links I just sent you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up the McDonald's. Let's check out the McDonald's case. This is very sad. Fair use. This is the police. McDonald's employee shot by son of customer over cold fries. Perfect Time podcast with the blast. Fair use, everybody.
Employee was shot by the son of a customer who was served cold French fries.
This wasn't the first attack on a fast food employee this year, and some are concerned about workplace safety in the city. CBS 2's Alicia Reed live tonight in Bed-Stuy with more. Alicia.
Good evening, Maurice and Christine. The victim remains in critical condition here tonight, but while the suspect is in custody, there's still a lot of concern surrounding the safety of fast food employees. A Monday evening at work turned tragic for McDonald's employee Matthew Webb.
That something could happen like that over something so simple as food, like that's crazy.
Sources tell CBS 2 a female customer complaining about cold fries was FaceTiming with her son during the disagreement. Witnesses say within minutes, the 20-year-old showed up to the Bed-Stuy restaurant and got into a verbal altercation with the 23-year-old employee. The argument spilled outside, and that's when Webb was shot in the neck.
Cold French fries should not result in a shooting. At the end of the day, it's gun violence all over this country, particularly in this city, that has to be brought under control. And fast food restaurants are not the safe havens they used to be.
Attorney Sanford Rubenstein represents the family of Crystal Nieves. The 19-year-old was killed in January while working the overnight shift at an East Harlem Burger King. The suspect, who was later arrested, allegedly demanded money, then shot and killed her.
Her family is not doing well. It's a tragedy they will never get over.
There have been other attacks against fast food workers this year. In March, an East Harlem McDonald's employee was stabbed multiple times with a box cutter while trying to break up a fight. And in July, 3 women violently attacked Belfry's workers with glass bottles when told extra dipping sauce would cost them less than $2. Fast food employees in other establishments have been on edge.
That's why I don't want to work at night. I told my boss, if you want to pay me like $100 per hour, I'm not going to work. Because it's crazy.
Sources say the suspect in this case has at least a dozen prior arrests, and charges are currently pending. His mother will not be facing any charges.
His mother would not be facing any charges. A dozen previous arrests. Y'all remember that shit with the barbecue sauce? I remember that shit. The barbecue sauce was $2. Oh my God.
So the mother sends a young man who has a jacket, right? On the send-off mission. He completes the mission and she gets none of the blame for it.
None. She pulled the trigger just as well as he did. She pulled the trigger just as well as he did.
Welcome to the American gynocracy, gentlemen.
I mean, because you could argue that you knew your son would behave in that way because he had 12 priors, right, Black Uru? I get it. Legally, we can get in trouble for association, right? Like, you're guilty, boss. If you knew your son had 12 priors.
There is no way a father could have done what that woman did and he not be implicated in that murder. There's no way, a black father, no way in the world that could happen.
Well,
no
just
way.
a month or two ago, there was a Mexican father, and KP, you good at the research. I don't know if you can find this clip, but you guys remember a month or two ago, there was a Mexican father in Texas. He was in a truck with his 14-year-old. He was 30 years old. He went into the convenience store. He seen some young Mexican gangbangers that were like 18, 19. He 30 years old. He think he tough. He tells the young Mexican bangers, oh, y'all ain't tough. Fuck y'all. They cuss him out. He say, all right, I'll be right back. He go to the car. His 14-year-old son is in the car. He tells his 14-year-old son to go shoot him. His 14-year-old son creeps down like he's playing a video game. He has a shirt off and basketball shorts. He creeps down below the window of the convenience store and shoots and kills both of those guys. Right now, that father turned himself in, and that father is being charged with the double homicide. That's just a couple months ago. That's the gynocracy. I don't know how many of y'all remember that story. That was in Texas. But this is the y'all can look that up. If y'all can find that, I'll show that. But because it was really scary, because they showed a 14-year-old walking up like he's playing a video game, and he hides behind the newspaper machine, pops up with the gun, and kills those guys based on his father doing the same thing that this mother did at McDonald's. Except the father turned himself in, and now he's going to stand trial. The son got to go home. But in the case of the black boy, the black mother is not charged, and he had 12 priors. This is the other case that Black Uru. Shout out to KP for KC5. Fair use, fair use. This is the other story that Black Uru was talking about with the bodega worker accused in a deadly stabbing, released on bail.
Wait a minute, Perfect. Hey, Perfect. Interrupt you. Sorry, brother. Hey, Black Ulu and Perfect. We got to add this to the lexicon. Are y'all ready? I hope y'all sitting down. These brides is ordering cold reds, bruh. They ordered the cold red. Did you order the cold red?
Yeah,
she ordered the cold red.
You goddamn right, I ordered the cold red.
Wow, that's exactly what's going on.
That is a cold red. Yeah.
I got to give you that one. That was powerful. I might have to come up with a podcast and address that, because in that one video that you showed, it was about the McDonald's thing. But did y'all hear that they talked about several different incidences? And the last person said that I refuse to work at night. I've gotten in the Uber cars, and you in Chicago, y'all in the major city. I've gotten in the Uber cars, and the guys in San Francisco say they refuse to drive their Uber at night because of the white kids get drunk and they beat up the Uber drivers. Y'all seen it a lot. Like, this is not just blacks. This is the violence in American city and the violence in the American culture. People are scared to drive Uber at night in any major city because only the young, rich white kids can afford to be in San Francisco, and they know that, and they act out. and they beat up the foreigners who drive the Uber, except they don't get put on TV like us. But yeah, let's take a look at this. I just want to reiterate that it was several incidences, not just the cold fries, but also the $2 worth of barbecue sauce and about several different instances of people being hurt at fast food restaurants at night. And this is in 2022. This ain't like 2-3 years ago. This is right
Yo,
now.
let's not forget about the duck sauce that happened in Queens a couple months ago.
Was that the one that was the $2, right?
Ain't no $2. That's free, bro. That's when you order Chinese food and be like, yo, let me get some duck sauce and some soy sauce. And the delivery driver didn't give him no duck sauce and killed him. And you could look this up too. They found the dude this morning. He committed suicide.
Get out of here.
Dead ass. Look it up, bro.
Right now, today, they found him this morning. This is hot off the press. They found him this morning over
Found him this morning, bro. Found him this morning. This happened in Queens. This happened in Queens like back in May or April. And they found the suspect this morning in his crib, committed suicide. Yeah, man. You see me, I'm here, bro. I'm in Brooklyn, man. That incident didn't happen too far from where I'm at. The McDonald's incident. For real. It's crazy, bro. And this morning in Coney Island, I don't know if y'all heard, in BJ's, a young customer, I think he was 20 years old, got shot up in a parking lot in a BJ's wholesale club. Y'all could look that up too. Shit is crazy, man. Now, I'll talk more. I know you want to show your excerpt, but go ahead. I'll speak after.
All right. I got that loaded up. Let's show this one.
Tonight, after spending 6 days on Rikers Island, he hid his face and had nothing to say about his self-defense case. His saga started Friday night while at work at the Blue Moon Bodega in Hamilton Heights. This woman seen on surveillance video getting mad after she's denied a bag of chips because her EBT card is not working. Her boyfriend comes in, confronting Alba behind the register, pushing the 61-year-old. Alba's attorney says the video speaks for itself, and Alba stabbed 37-year-old Austin Simon in self-defense, resulting in his death. Police arrested Alba, charging him with murder, but the mayor is on Alba's side.
My heart goes out for that hard-working, honest New Yorker that was doing his job in his place of business, where a person came in and went behind the counter and attacked him. My heart goes out to that employee who was in the store doing his job. And so I am hoping that we take all of that into consideration.
After Alba's cash bond was set at a hefty $500,000, a judge agreed to lower his bail to $50,000, and the district attorney said his office's investigation is ongoing, with another court appearance July 20th.
I signed it for him to come out.
President of the Bodega Owner Association, Francisco Marte, financially helped his release and says bodega owners have a dangerous job and need more than the mayor on their side.
Mr. Alba's state of mind.
Well, he's very distracted with everything that is happening. He's a man that worked 13 hours a day to making his living, and then suddenly see him involved in this incident that he didn't provoke.
Powerful. A black mayor. Did you hear the black mayor? That's that black mayor in New York. He's got.
That's the one that was fighting for the alphabet people. Yeah. And now he flipping on them, and they gonna be pissed.
Yep. Black mayor. He said, I'm on his side. He's a hardworking New Yorker. And that brother came from behind the counter. He don't get to defend himself if you come from behind the counter. I agree. What you
Hey, perfect. I just gave it to you. Now you gotta put that in your Rolodex. So that need to be on your on your clips. Did you order the code red?
Did you order the code
You goddamn right. Hey, Uru, they are not gonna admit that they ordered the code red, Uru.
Yeah, they're right. You can't handle the truth.
Man, that's a classic, man. They ordered code reds. I just dropped another one in the back too, perfect. It's two brothers in Detroit that got on it. They got sent on a send off mission. It happened this week, perfect. The
I want to check.
Gynocracy soldiers is falling every week, brother.
What is this you sending me about this butt naked? What's this? Because you know
Oh, that's the most educated, man. She got she got a degree in social work. Most educated, masters.
get out of here, man.
I'm just telling you the truth. What, you want me to lie to you?
Get out of Florida A&M graduate post bucket naked photo on Instagram. That was her
Yep.
privilege. Shout out to Ivy League privilege. I was taking a look at
But to all of us, it was a waste of time. That happened in 1995.
Oh, that's O'Shea. We can't watch O'Shea. I got love for O'Shea. I don't want to get in trouble. That's shout out to O'Shea Jackson, the celebrity jug. We can't watch O'Shea.
All right, I'll find you another.
Yeah, y'all gonna have to watch
Yo,
that.
perfect. Yo,
Go ahead.
perfect.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just dropped the link in the back chat for you about the article about what I told you what happened in Queens. If you want to pull it up and read it.
Oh, I actually got something pulled up on that too.
Man, all right.
No. This is a Queens delivery, man, after duck sauce dispute, man. That's cold, man. That's cold, man.
Yeah.
I remember the duck sauce in the 90s, man, because the New York cats would get the duck sauce and they would do the fellatio with the duck sauce.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm telling my age. Man. I know about the duck sauce, man. That was from the Def Comedy Jam days. And we rushed that shit in California. It was a Def Comedy Jam comedian, and he had the duck sauce in his pocket. Everybody in California rushed that shit like, oh, okay, that's what we do it. Okay. Here go the article right here. Man charged with killing Queens delivery man after duck sauce dispute dies by suicide. This must be the delivery guy right there. Rest in peace to that brother. And it says Queens man died by suicide after he was accused of gunning down a Chinese food delivery man in April amid ongoing feud with the restaurant that began over a complaint about the amount of duck sauce he received. Wow, man. Glenhurst, 51. He was 51? This is a 51-year-old white man. Glenhurst was found dead and of a apparent gunshot wound to his head in his Queens home. His lawyer, Arthur Adelita, told the Daily News. He said he spoke with Hirsch on Wednesday, but they missed calls from each other. The police official told the outlet that when Hirsch did not appear in court Friday, the judge told the city sheriff office to check on him at his Jamaica apartment on 14th Street. Queens District Attorney issued a statement on Friday afternoon regarding Hirsch's death. So he had got arrested for murder and he was out on bail. He killed this guy over duck sauce and he was out on bail.
Yeah, he got out on bail, bro. He's from the area in Queens where particularly they got bread, they got money. So that bail was 1, 2, 3 for the dude.
So Hirsch, who had reportedly been out on bail since June, god damn, but was required to wear an ankle monitor, was found by detectives and an autopsy would determine how he died. Y'all understand? Thank you, RB. This is a 51-year-old white man who committed murder who was at home with an ankle monitor. I'm going to say that one more time. This is a 51-year-old white man who murdered someone who probably wasn't even born in America, who was at home on an ankle monitor. And I believe his defense probably wasn't that he didn't kill a guy. He probably was going to say he had self-defense or some shit like that, to where the police and his community knew that he had murdered somebody. But think about how they do us, how they feel like they so afraid of us and those young men in Atlanta who can't get a bail and who have never committed a crime. Gunna never committed a crime, and they don't have Jeffrey, Young Thug, on ever committed a crime. But both of them are under a RICO charge and they can't get bail. But here it is, a 51-year-old white man who had actually murdered somebody is at his home residence out on bail with an ankle monitor. That's fucking bananas.
It's crazy, bro.
How is it not a conspiracy charge for the moms that send these dudes off on these dummy missions? Conspiracy to commit murder.
I exactly agree with you. Like I said in the comment, with that McDonald's incident, that mother is highly responsible for that incident over some cold fries. You know what I mean? So this is crazy. I'm gonna tell you right now, that area where this happened at is called Bedford-Stuyvesant. Happened on Fulton Street. I don't know the cross streets, but if anybody got the article in hand, if you tell me the streets, I'll tell you the exact type of neighborhood that is. But all of Bed-Stuy, man, right now is gentrified and it's still type of like the way it used to be back in the 90s. It's a balance. It either could be the 90s or one day it could be totally gentrified. So gentrification is defined by what we see as how can we say, a whole bunch of Caucasians, whole bunch of people that never lived the street life or not a part of like the hip hop culture as we say. So, so to speak, when we see that, they're not really used to what is really going on as far as what's going on, as far as what they talk about in the drill music. Perfect, you are perfectly right what you said about what's the cause and creation of the drill. The 19,000 salary cap, average minimum, probably the whole minimum, because people are not getting them opportunities or chances to get them six-figure deals. And it's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. So all these people, you don't even have to consider race. If you live in this type of community and you see that drill music is offering you $1 million, $5 million, if you could just make one hit talking about bang, 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 how the way the flow goes, however you spit it, think about that. It's sort of like how it was in the 80s. You find a quarter key or up and you flip it. You're getting a major profit. And that's an opportunity for you to get out where you're coming from. And it's not just the New York City area, it's also Chicago, San Francisco, parts of areas in Texas, Florida, even in the overseas, UK, Australia, Southern America, South America, all them areas. And it's absolutely the truth. And that's what's going on. As you can see, imagine these teenagers or the young adults, they see that if you could spit conscious rap and get a quick million, or you could just play like a 3-on-3 street ball game, or you could go into a fast food restaurant, become a manager, and get a quick six-figure or up deal. Don't you think they would be doing that? Hell yeah. But that's not being offered. What's being offered is coming from these producers and the industry members. I got a drill instrumental for you to rap about that depression, pain, and all that street shit and make it go with the beat. Make that shit sound real gangster, real legit, so elite. Make these people believe that what you're doing for is making everybody tap their feet. And it's guaranteed. I got a nitro key to give you $150, $150, 300. Guaranteed solid, indeed. When you inhale, exhale, that's when you suffocate. Because I inhale, exhale like I breathe. And that's indeed. No job application. They just switch up and bleed. This is me. I bleed in my veins and you look and see. That's what I'm going to feel. And you can see the guarantee to my feet. And that's fly sneaks like $1,000 a pair up. And that's what I feel like I'm going to be the next one indeed. Because everybody's inhale and can't exhale like they suffocate. And you can see how we perpetrate. This is why I volunteer to show you that I'm super straight. Because in my hood, there's $1 million in every corner waiting to fuck up a life like a disease or corona, but won't stop a run-on sentence like bad grammar. That's the reason why the cops don't use hands. They use kneecaps and hammers.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up?
Hey,
That's my
hey,
boy RB
hey,
right there, right
hey.
there.
That's as Tay Rock would say. That's light.
That's
But
my
as
boy
of right
RB
now,
right
it's
there,
heavy,
man.
man.
Hey,
We
RB,
gotta
Mr.
speak to these young kids. If we
We
gotta
did.
talk to
Hey,
them like that, then we gotta do it like that. We gotta let them know, man. I got one more line to say. If you got a slug for Ralph Berg, lay me down as a dog. But don't give a Ralph Berg slug to the innocent child like he gotta leave his life for one hug. And that's indeed one love. Holla.
got it, G.
We can hear you, sis, but hold on.
Yeah, I'm on the bus. So let me just make this real quick. Sis hated it. Okay, it was trash as hell. At the end of the day, masters in education, like, I'm an educator, okay?
Something that meant a lot to her. Like it was just very sentimental. Like she always wore like conservative outfits and she just wants to embrace like her body and she got her master's degree, so she's really smart.
Perfect. Hey,
Let me
perfect.
let me read
That
this
ain't
real
it,
quick.
perfect.
This ain't
Perfect.
it. This ain't
Hold
it.
on, hold on. Hold on, perfect. That ain't even all of it, y'all. Ralph Bird. She got an IG with her raps on it, bro.
Get out of
And
here.
bruh, you would bruh.
She's a
You would
rapper. So she went
bro,
to
bro,
FAMU to
bro.
get a master's degree.
She's a city girl rapper. FAMU grad.
Ain't that what
Social
Megan
work
Thee
degree.
Stallion? Ain't that what Megan Thee Stallion did? Megan Thee Stallion went and got the degree, right?
Yeah, she got a master's degree in social work.
Oh my God.
And she about
Y'all,
to rap and she got a man, she got a page, bro. Like it's crazy. Go ahead, bro.
it says anybody who knows me knows that I've been dressing provocative my whole life. There's a lot of assumptions that have come with me accepting my body. A lot of people question my capabilities and intelligence solely based on how I choose to dress. As I'm standing here with my master's degree at the tender age of 24, I am living proof that clothes clothes do not define you. I encourage everybody to embrace their bodies and step outside of social norms. Go ahead. Where's the master's degree? She's holding her master's degree in this photo. I don't see the master's degree. Y'all see the master's degree? And who is who? Is this her? Is this the same person? Is this big body person the same person on the left and the right? Are these the same?
Nah, that can't be the same person, bro. Because I'm on the IG page. I'm on the IG page away from that, bro. Hey, that picture on the right. That picture on the right.
That's her?
That's her, bro.
That's her. Wow. So just more of the same today, man. The gynocracy will not be defeated, bro. So
Do
hey
you got
man,
do you got IG perfect? Do you got
I
IG?
I do. I do.
What's your IG? I'm about to send you the IG.
Oh, it's perfect timing podcast. I think it's perfect
Give
underscore
me one
timing.
second. Give me one second.
Yeah, perfect. Y'all make sure y'all hit me up on Instagram. I talk about it a lot. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Facebook under Patrick Potter. A lot of times my social media mapping will be in my description, but it's a lot of YouTubers I've noticed over there on IG now. But yeah, I'm on TikTok. Y'all know I be doing like RB. I'll be doing my little raps and my hooks. A lot of my little raps and my hooks you can find on TikTok, and you can find me on Instagram. I put all my thumbnails on Instagram, but on Instagram, you'll see more intimate stuff with me and my family and my garden because I don't have I don't have the community tab on YouTube. So a lot of my family personal stuff I'll put up on Instagram. So y'all tap in with me on
Black Uru,
Instagram.
cut your camera off.
Yo,
Oh,
man, listen, man. End this show with them instrumentals that you be playing perfect.
Oh, some instrumentals,
hey,
man.
perfect. Hey, perfect. Is it the perfect timing podcast?
Let me bring it up. I'm gonna bring my shit up right now.
Yeah, bring it up because I can make sure I can send you this, bro. Bro, the
That way,
IG is crazy, bro.
y'all can follow me. And y'all can be sending me
Like,
shit.
like, how can you put that out and then expect to get a job?
Perfect underscore timing underscore podcast. I'm gonna bring it up right now for y'all. So y'all go subscribe to me on Instagram, man. And on TikTok. Y'all follow me on TikTok too. There it is. Perfect timing. Where's my where I don't even know how to use this shit. That's not me. Where's gonna be my where gonna be my stuff at? I don't even know. Oh, there I am. There go my pictures. Perfect underscore timing underscore podcast.
All right, give me one second.
That's your boy right there. This is my podcast. This is my Instagram right there. That good Bel Air blue. That's me having a wine flight. That's me having a wine flight. This is one of my shorts. This short got a couple thousand views, I think. People like this short. They
Sex in her. And I can put you in. I can put you in.
Hey, perfect.
Some good wine. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
perfect. I can't, for some reason, I can't find it. So just search me real quick, okay?
All right.
Give me-
Yeah, man. This your boy, man. Let me find. What of my ones, man? What's one of my ones? Oh, this is all my hip hop shit. That's some of my hooks right there. Where's that Corey Holcomb at? Where is that Corey Holcomb? I like that Corey Holcomb. That's my
Yeah,
birthday last year.
hers is TERICA star. Should be in a put it in that search bar. TERICA star STAR. That's it right there, bro. That's her.
Oh, it's the Trisha Star show.
That's
Is that
her. Told
that
you. That's her. Perfect. Look at the middle picture. You see the picture in the middle?
that's her?
If they
That's
try
her.
to take my degree,
Your honor, I wanna say I'm sorry for the
She wanted to say
things
I'm
I've
sorry.
done, and I try and be stronger in this life I chose. But I want you to know that door I closed. In your honor, I'm sorry.
Oh, they're gonna take her degree because it was. Oh, y'all see that?
To my mother.
Saw the picture, nice pic, but why on FAMU campus? Overall, it was a bad move, really not worth the hassle, believe it or not. No, we cannot do what we want with or on others' property, especially state. Oh, wow. Did you know that, KP? They're gonna take her degree. They're gonna take
I don't, bro. Like this thought process that you could do anything without consequence. Go down on the photos, son. Keep going down on the photos. Don't even
Yeah,
pick
so
them. Just go down. Just
degrees
go
not
down.
accredited, huh?
Go there. Look, keep going. You see the middle one right there? That's the
Mm-hmm.
rap one with the green bikini.
She looking like Meg Thee Stallion. This is a
Pick the black one right there. Pick the black one with the red heels. It's 3 photos on that. Swipe to the third one. That's your social worker. Perfect.
Oh
That's your
my
social
God.
worker.
And no one made her pose. Like, this is a lot to unpack what part is mental health. That no one is making her do this pose. Y'all understand that? There's no man with the gynocracy and Me Too and how men have more money and more influence and he made me do this. No one is making this person do this. They have a master's degree. They're upperly mobile. This was her choice. That was the pose she wanted. Her
Now
mama.
hold on. Now, perfect. Let's put this together now. This young woman has a master's degree, so she's educated. Florida A&M University. Could we put her with hot sauce? No. Perfect.
Oh,
Perfect.
I
They would
don't think.
they would see her IG and they would tell him he got to get rid of her.
What? I gotta cut this off. I can't even look at this. I can't even look at
Perfect.
fair use.
Perfect.
Fair use,
Perfect.
man. I gotta cut that. Look at my numbers that went up. Everybody want to look. Everybody came and see. Hey, the sad part is she will be a successful rapper. She could be a successful rapper, and she actually created a viral moment. Even if she loses her degree, that probably will help her in her career. She only needs, and Black Uber said this earlier, and that goes to the whole drill topic. She only needs a mediocre song. She don't got to put out nothing like R&B. She ain't got to have no bars. She's created a viral moment. If they take away her degree, it's the same thing with Brittany Griner. It's intersectionality that will sell her album. That will sell her album. They could paint her as a victim. You know, freedom of expression. She's fits and she's checking all the liberal boxes. Yeah.
So is. Yep.
Because think about it. Meg Thee Stallion was an independent, mediocre rapper. She got to Rock Nation later. So some young dude, remember the baseball player signed Meg Thee Stallion. She got out of the contract later when she got popular. Then she went to Jay-Z. So I can see that progression here. Some smaller guy picks her up because she's definitely worth the money. And then when she gets popularity, she gets picked up by a bigger liberal entity. Oh yeah, she gonna be an artist. It's done. If she wanna rap, she's gonna be a rapper. I would sign her, bro. I would sign her. That's money in the bank. I'm signing her, and you got your new single gonna be with Meg Thee Stallion. I'm signing you and your new single with Meg Thee Stallion and Mulatto. You got a new single coming out, and whatever you want. We getting you a new body. What you want? Let's go. Dr. Miami, let's go. 50K. New body. New album. Hot off the shelf. It's the #1 genre right now. It's actually a smart move she made. She created a viral moment. We're talking about her. We know her name. Before yesterday, we didn't know her name. She didn't want to be known for that master's degree. She wanted to be known for her ass and her music, and that's what she did. It's sad. This is the world we live in. She accomplished her goal. Mm, mm, mm. Well, y'all, we like at 4 hours, man. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, man. I'll pass it around, man, for closing statements. I'll start with you, KP, and then we'll end with Black Uru. What you got on it, man? Drill times.
Man, it's a shame. What a shame. I don't got nothing to say, bro. Our most educated, brightest, and best rather be an IG influencer, I guess. All right, bro.
Salute, bro. Thank you for coming through and sharing the many intelligent commentary and clips. RB, what you got on it, brother? Drill times.
Oh, drill times. Yo, man, first and foremost, you had a good show. Perfect timing podcast as usual. I know I've been out for a minute, been on vacations and all that. First and foremost, drill times. We got to put them back on them suicide drills like they used to run in basketball practice, football practice. We got to let these kids know we got to get back to the real deal, man. Drill times. We all know. We all got to get back. Us as the OGs. We all got to get back into these youngins. Let them know the right from wrongs, and let them know that you can rap in them drill beats, but let's put some real powerful lyrics on it. It don't got to be positive, but make it powerful. Make people understand that the negative ain't what got to be, and if you live it, this is what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna be gone. You're gonna be burning. So first and foremost, shouts out to Perfect Timing. Shouts out to everybody else on the panel and Black Euro. Let's hear your final word. God bless y'all all.
Thank you for sliding through, RB. Thank you for the bars. Hey, did you see Mr. Blackwell? He said he subscribed to your Pandora channel and he liking the music.
Oh yeah, last minute too. I gotta say that from a sounding perspective. I typed it. Yo, Blackwell, thank you for listening to the song on what you call it, Pandora. I got other songs on Spotify, SoundCloud. If you want to hear more stuff, I got like the More Justice, More Peace song. That's like my most recent song. That's like a powerful song, something for like chanting, doing like if you were doing some marches or on that resonates what's going on in this world today. And that's what we need to focus on, man. More justice, more peace. They want to take us off our feet. And you already know, and I'm sure Black Euro got something to say much more powerful. Shouts out to everybody. God bless.
Thank you, RB. Elder, what you got? Black Uru, drill times on the close. Black Uru might have stepped away because he has been quiet for the last couple minutes, but I'm going to do my close. If you come back, to share a close, but if not, rewind the tape because it's been a very powerful show. And the elder shared some very intelligent commentary today. Like always, we've been blessed with his presence, and I've been blessed with you all's presence. Everyone who's watched and participated today has been a blessing unto the podcast, and I want to say thank you to all of the Black men who shared their intelligent commentary, and Ragnarok, the honorary brother, the white brother with the Zulu wife. Thank you for coming and joining the panel. Ragnarok has been in my chat a long time supporting me. That's the first time he joined the panel, so he really must have felt comfortable And I want to say thank you, and thank you to myself for sticking with this shit and being better. But today was about drill times. It wasn't so much about Jaydayoungan. I have a 23-year-old and a 24-year-old. I tell you a lot about Jahi. I paid $28,000 a year in child support. Jaydayoungan in his hometown, the median income is $19,000 a year. Jahi don't speak to me right now. I remember when I picked out his name, because all my brothers got African names, so I went and bought an African name book, and I picked out his name, his first name and his middle name, and the meaning of his first name and his middle name. I chose that name because it was unique, it was beautiful, and I wanted them to have a compass, and I wanted them to know how special and how much he meant to me and how much I loved him from his inception. And when I couldn't be in this life, I went to court, I spent money, I paid child support every weekend. And Jaydayoungan was murdered and is sitting in the car with his father. His father gonna be all right, but his father suffered gunshot wounds too. Jaydayoungan had, just like the McDonald's guy, he had like 12 priors. He was out on bail, just like the guy who killed Young Dolph. He was out on bail on multiple shootings. Jaydayoungan was out on bail on multiple gun charges and multiple shootings when he died. And his father almost died. He never should have been free. That's hard for me to say. But if he was incarcerated, he'd be alive. But I hate when people say that because he shouldn't have been incarcerated. He shouldn't be dead. He started rapping at 18. He's been making over $100,000 a year for the past 5 years. He still ended up dead, even though he made his first 100,000 at 18, 19 years old, 23, 24 years old. A drug addict and a felon, and now dead, and almost got your father dead. He just had got out on bail for being charged with conspiracy and a murder, and he was on bail for another gun. Him himself. So I wanted to give you guys a definition of drill and the recipe behind drill. I wanted to give you the definition of drill, what drill music is, the 808 music, and the definition, which at the end of that definition, and that's when the elder helped me out so much as we discussed nihilism. The definition, I'm gonna read it again. Drill lyrics typically reflect life on the streets and tend to be gritty, violent, realistic, and nihilistic. That's from Wikipedia. Drill lyrics typically reflect life on the street and tend to be gritty, violent, realistic, and nihilistic. And when I read that, I stopped because I like that word. And I don't know how many people actually knew the definition of nihilistic who might listen to my show, because I got in my demographics and analytics, it's down to 18-year-olds who listen to my show. So I wanted to define nihilism because I want young black men to look at the definition and be like, man, do I feel like that? Do I have that despair? Is that why I act out the way I act out? I talked about Pavlov's dogs and the conditioning. In the definition that I brought up, it was 3 definitions, but the one I chose was about conditioning because I'm talking to you about conditioning, right? Shout out to LaShawn. Shout out to LaShawn. Thank you for coming in and getting some education. Let me see that definition I put up about the conditioning. Let me see if I can find that. Man, I don't have it up anymore. Here it is. A doctrine or belief that conditions in the social organization are so bad as to make destruction desirable. This is what nihilism is. This is, think about drill music, the definition of drill music, and look at this. I went to Webster. This is not the Wikipedia. I went to Webster. And like I said, when you have your own opinion in your own show, you can do research to support yourself. I can make myself look very intelligent. So I picked the definition that supported what I was already talking. That makes my bullshit look like it makes sense, right? It says that these brothers are caught up in a doctrine. These young men have a belief. This is why white men come into the black manosphere, because they want to dispel this belief, because all white men don't hate black boys. They want to dispel this belief that you got, that the conditions in the social organization are so bad that to make destruction is desirable. Think about that. The conditions in the social organization are so bad that destruction is desirable. $19,000 a year. Only place I could work at is Walmart. Fuck it, I'm gonna go drill something. The social organizations are so bad, it makes destruction desirable for its own sake, independent of any constructive program. Like just to be stupid. Think about this. I'ma just fuck shit up to fuck shit up. Don't that sound like some niggas in the hood? Independent of any constructive program or possibility. Nah, I just want to set this shit on fire. Why, bruh? It's your neighborhood. It's your neighborhood. I don't care. I'm gonna burn down my neighborhood. I'm gonna shoot people that look like me. That's what I want to do. This is understanding drill is understanding mental health of young black men in these inner city neighborhoods. And it behooves us to understand drill as the black men and the leaders way on a different level than white people and people who are ignorant to our plight. We have to understand drill because we have to understand the mental health and the psyche of these black men and boys. If only to protect your daughter, you need to understand it. If you don't want to help, if you don't want to be a benefit, just so you can protect your daughter and your son, you need to understand their mindset. So that's why we did the show today. Thank y'all for coming. 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. I know my voice is all fucked up. I'm still dealing with this shit. This shit knocked me down. I haven't ate today. I've been nauseous. I've been sick. Mentally, I'm having bad dreams. But I love you and I thank everybody for their support and their prayers. I pray a blessing and a covering over everyone who listened and participated and success in your endeavors. I'll ask all these blessings in the Lord's name. I ask y'all to be blessed and y'all have a great day. I'll check y'all out later, man. 5.0, 5.0, salute.